Hello everyone, I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from? And what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Altar of Blood. Chapter 1. The Initial Sacrifice. The town of Caverna Negra was a place forgotten by time, a small speck of decay nestled within the thick folds of the forest. It had no grand history, no bustling crowds, just the smell of damp earth and the distant, mournful call of unseen birds. But there was something about it, something in the air, that made people uneasy. Those who passed through it never stayed long. They whispered about strange occurrences, about the church at the edge of town. And tonight, those whispers were becoming all too real. Detective Alejandra Martinez stood before the church, the heavy wooden doors looming before her like the maw of some great beast. The faint flicker of candlelight from within cast erratic shadows across the ground, stretching long and twisted. The air was thick, heavy with an unnatural stillness. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. She hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open, the creak of old hinges echoing in the silence. Inside, the atmosphere was suffocating. The smell of decay lingered in the air, mingling with the faint scent of burning wax. The once pristine pews were covered in dust, the floors cracked and uneven, but it was the altar that drew her attention. A single light flickered there, casting an eerie glow over the stone surface. At first, it seemed like a normal scene, albeit a dark one. But as her eyes adjusted, the truth began to reveal itself. The body of Father Samuel lay sprawled across the altar, his robes stained with blood. His face was pale, the skin stretched taut over his skull, and his eyes wide open stared at nothing. They were glassy, unblinking, fixed in an expression of pure terror. Alejandra's heart sank as she took in the sight. This wasn't just another murder. This was something far more sinister. The blood had pooled around his body in unnatural patterns, its dark red hue contrasting starkly against the pale stone of the altar. But it wasn't the blood that drew Alejandra's gaze. It was the symbol carved into his chest, a circle, almost perfect, surrounded by a series of lines that twisted into what appeared to be some sort of arcane script. The blood had seeped into the grooves of the symbol, giving it a sickly sheen. It looked ancient, as if it had been etched there long before Father Samuel's death. Her breath caught in her throat. This was no random act of violence. Someone had intentionally arranged this scene, had carefully set it up as part of something far darker than she could comprehend. A chill ran down her spine as she glanced around the church, her eyes scanning the shadows that seemed to move on their own. The light flickered again, casting an almost malevolent glow over the room. She stepped forward cautiously, her boots making no sound against the stone floor. Every step she took felt like it echoed in the vast emptiness of the church. She kneeled beside the altar, her gloved hands hovering above the blood-stained surface. She wanted to touch it, to understand it, but something inside her screamed to stay away. The air was thick, with something she couldn't quite place, something that felt ancient, like a presence lingering just out of sight. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft whisper of the wind outside. And then, just as she was about to turn away, she noticed a faint scratch, barely visible beneath the blood, just below Father Samuel's outstretched hand. She leaned closer, squinting in the dim light. It was a word, carved hastily into the stone. Vastago. A cold wave of dread washed over her. The word seemed to hang in the air, heavy with meaning she couldn't yet grasp. It felt wrong, out of place in this otherwise decaying church. She stood up quickly, her heart pounding in her chest. There was something here, something that went beyond the body, beyond the ritualistic death. It was as if the church itself was alive, breathing with some dark, ancient pulse. As Alejandra turned to leave the altar, a sudden rush of cold air slammed against her, and the candlelight flickered violently. She felt it then, the shift, the subtle change in the room's energy. A presence. Something was watching her, something that had been waiting for this moment. Her fingers trembled as she reached for her phone to call in the team. But before she could speak, the air grew dense, as though the shadows themselves had taken shape, and the church whispered a name she would never forget. Alejandra. The walls seemed to close in around her as the church whispered once more. carrying with it a promise. A promise that this was only the beginning. Chapter 2. The Blood Trails. The town of Caverna Negra was eerily quiet that morning, as though it too was holding its breath. Alejandra's mind was still heavy, with the image of Father Samuel's lifeless body, the haunting symbol carved into his chest, and the cryptic word etched into the stone. She couldn't shake the sense of something lurking beneath the surface, something ancient and far too dangerous. Her footsteps echoed through the narrow, cobbled streets as she made her way back to the church, her thoughts clouded by the shadow of the unsolved crime. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, snapping her out of her thoughts. It was a message from her partner, Detective Luis Rojas. "Alejandra, we've got something new." The forensics team found traces leading from the altar towards the crypt. She stopped in her tracks, her blood running cold. There was a crypt beneath the church? How had no one ever mentioned it before? She quickly typed a response, her fingers moving briskly. "I'll be there in 5. Wait for me." With a sense of growing urgency, she made her way back to the church, her pace quickening as she approached the looming structure. She couldn't help but feel that the building itself was watching her, its shadow long and oppressive under the weak morning sun. As she entered the church, the familiar smell of old wood and dust assaulted her senses. The dim light from the candles still flickered across the stone altar, though the body of Father Samuel had been carefully removed. The bloodstains remained, a macabre reminder of the ritualistic death. Luis was waiting for her near the altar, his face pale and tense. His normally steady hands gripped his notepad tightly, as if it were his only anchor to reality. "They've traced it, Alejandra," Luis said, his voice low, as though speaking too loudly would disturb something in the air. "The blood, it doesn't stop at the altar. It leads somewhere." He gestured toward the floor, where faint, dark smears marked a trail of blood, twisting and turning through the pews and towards the far corner of the church. Alejandra bent down, squinting at the marks, her heart thudding in her chest. The blood was thick, almost as if it had congealed too quickly. "It's almost like something dragged itself along the floor," she murmured, touching the dried marks with her gloved fingers. There was no other explanation. Whoever or whatever had done this had left a trail that wasn't meant to be followed. But follow it she would. She had no choice. The investigation had already taken a turn into the unknown. Luis hesitated before speaking again. "There's more, Alejandra. The crypt, it's not just a crypt, it's locked. No one knew about it. It's like the church itself is hiding something." He pointed toward the back of the church, where a small door stood slightly ajar, leading down into a stone stairwell. "The blood leads there. It's down there, in the dark." The air seemed to grow colder, more oppressive as Alejandra approached the stairs. The wooden door creaked ominously as she pushed it open, and the musty, damp air from below hit her like a physical force. The blood-stained trail twisted down the stone steps, disappearing into the darkness. There were no lights here, just the faint glow from her flashlight cutting through the blackness like a knife. "Stay close," she said, her voice steady despite the chill creeping up her spine. "I don't like this." Luis nodded, his face pale but determined. The steps creaked under their weight as they descended, the air growing thicker with each footstep. The darkness seemed to press in on them, alive, suffocating. At the bottom of the stairs, Alejandra's light illuminated a small, arched doorway. The blood trail led right to it, pooling against the cracks in the stone floor. She felt a cold shiver pass over her skin as she slowly approached, her heart pounding in her chest. The door was ajar, just slightly, as though something or someone had recently been through. She pushed it open with a creak, revealing a narrow, pitch-black room. As she stepped inside, the oppressive silence was almost unbearable. The walls were lined with dusty old shelves, filled with forgotten relics and books, but it was the center of the room that caught her attention. A stone altar much smaller than the one above, but still disturbingly familiar, sat in the center, its surface covered in dried blood. And there, on the ground beside it, was a pile of old, crumbling bones. Not animal bones, but human. Alejandra felt her stomach lurch. These weren't just relics of some forgotten past. This was a grave that shouldn't have been disturbed. Her breath quickened, and her fingers trembled as she raised the flashlight higher, revealing an inscription on the wall above the altar. It was in the same ancient script as the symbol on Father Samuel's chest, and beneath it, written in blood, was one word, Vastago. Her pulse quickened, the same word. Again, she turned to Luis, but he was frozen in place, his eyes wide with fear. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the altar, where the blood seemed to shimmer in the dim light. It almost looked fresh. We need to leave. Now. Alejandra's voice was sharp, but even as the words left her mouth, she felt a strange pull, an almost magnetic force, drawing her toward the altar. The presence in the room seemed to grow heavier, more insistent. She turned to leave, but something stopped her. From the corner of her eye, she saw a flicker of movement, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. It was quick, too fast to be real, but it made her heart race. She reached for Luis's arm, pulling him toward the stairs. As they ascended, the air seemed to pulse with an unseen force, as though the darkness itself were alive, watching them. Waiting. Chapter 3. Echoes of the Past. The morning after the discovery in the crypt, Alejandra stood at the edge of the town's central square, the wind whipping through her hair. The sun had risen, but the chill in the air remained, biting at her skin as she scanned the narrow cobblestone streets. Caverna Negra felt as though it were stuck in time, as though the present was forever bound to its past. She had an unsettling sense that she was only scratching the surface of something much darker, something that had been brewing for centuries. Luis had suggested talking to the oldest members of the town, those whose families had lived here long before the modern world had encroached on the town's borders. Perhaps they knew something about the church, about its history, something that could explain the eerie rituals and the blood-soaked altar. Alejandra was skeptical. Most of the older townsfolk were reticent, reluctant to share anything they deemed too old or too dangerous. But she had no other choice. The crypt had opened a door to something ancient, and she needed answers. Her first stop was the home of Doña Teresa, a woman in her late 70s who had lived in Caverna Negra for nearly her entire life. Her house was small and cramped, tucked away at the edge of the village, surrounded by overgrown weeds. The shutters were drawn, blocking out the light, but Alejandra could still feel the weight of the woman's gaze as she knocked on the door. After a long pause, the door creaked open, revealing the old woman's sharp, beady eyes. "You're the detective, aren't you?" Doña Teresa asked, her voice rough from years of smoking. There was something unnerving about her stare, as if she could see right through Alejandra, as though the detective was nothing but a passing shadow in her long life. "I am. I'm here because of the events at the church. I need to know about its history, about what's been happening in this town." Alejandra's voice was steady, but inside, she felt the growing weight of something she couldn't quite grasp. Doña Teresa's eyes narrowed slightly, as though weighing her words, before she motioned for Alejandra to enter. Once inside, the room smelled faintly of incense and something older, like dust and herbs. The walls were lined with shelves of old books, cracked picture frames, and strange trinkets, each one dusted with age. Doña Teresa slowly lowered herself into a worn armchair, her hand shaking slightly as she clutched the fabric. Alejandra sat across from her, waiting. "Caverna Negra," Doña Teresa began, her voice trembling with something Alejandra couldn't quite identify, "has always been a town full of secrets. We don't like to talk about them, but sometimes they come back. The church, the altar, it's not just a place of worship. It's a place of power, a place where the old gods still stir. And Father Samuel, She trailed off, her eyes flicking nervously to the window as though the walls themselves might be listening. Alejandra leaned in, her instincts kicking in. "What do you mean by old gods? And why is the church hiding something? What happened there?" Doña Teresa's face grew pale, and she clasped her hands tightly in her lap. "There are things you won't understand, child. The church is more than just stone and wood. It was built over an ancient site, a place where people used to gather for rituals long before the Christians came. You've heard of the old cult, haven't you?" Alejandra's heart skipped a beat. She had heard vague rumors, but nothing concrete. "What cult?" she asked, her voice low. "A group of people," Doña Teresa said slowly, "who worshipped something beyond this world, something that lived in the dark places. They made pacts, blood pacts, with it. The church was built as a way to control it, to keep the dark spirit at bay. But sometimes, the blood runs too thick, and it can't be contained. And then, it takes. Alejandra's mind raced as the old woman's words sank in. The blood runs too thick. It takes. These were more than just cryptic ramblings. They were warnings. Warnings about a force older than anything she could comprehend. "Do you know what happened to Father Samuel?" Alejandra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Doña Teresa paused before answering, her lips trembling. He didn't understand. They never understand. He thought he could fight it, control it. But the church, it doesn't belong to the living. It belongs to something else. To a thing that was promised to the land long before we came here. She met Alejandra's gaze then, her eyes filled with a deep, haunted knowing. Father Samuel wasn't the first to die like this, detective, and he won't be the last. Alejandra felt a chill seep into her bones. She rose, shaking her head in disbelief, but her mind was already racing with the implications of what Doña Teresa had said. The blood, the symbol, the strange word on the altar, everything was connected to something far more sinister than she had imagined. And the church, that old decaying monument to faith, was at the center of it all. The people of Caverna Negra had been living in its shadow for generations. "Thank you, Doña Teresa," Alejandra said, her voice tight as she turned to leave. "You've given me a lot to think about." As she stepped out into the street, she felt a sense of urgency settle over her. Whatever had been promised to the land, whatever force had been waiting beneath the church, was stirring once more. And she knew, deep in her gut, that the only way to stop it was to unravel the town's dark past. But she was beginning to realize that some things, once unearthed, could never be put back. The darkness had already begun to reach for her. Chapter 4. The cursed book. Alejandra sat at her desk late that night, surrounded by the evidence she had collected: notes from the autopsy, photos from the crime scene, and a stack of old yellowed papers she had taken from the church's records. Her mind kept circling back to Doña Teresa's cryptic warnings. The church wasn't just built on land, it was built on power. It was hard to know whether the old woman was simply a product of superstition or if she had uncovered something truly terrifying. Alejandra wanted to dismiss it, to cling to logic and reason, but the weight of her discoveries kept pressing against her thoughts. The sound of her phone buzzing broke her concentration. It was Luis. He didn't wait for her to answer, simply sending a voice message instead. "Alejandra, you need to see this. We found something at the church, something that wasn't on the records. It's a book. It's hidden, and it looks old. I think it's the key to understanding everything." The urgency in his voice sent a shiver down her spine. She stood up quickly, grabbing her jacket and heading for the door. The cold night air hit her face as she stepped out into the quiet streets. There was a heavy feeling in the atmosphere tonight, as though the very air had grown thicker.
Trusting God doesn't mean that problems go away immediately, but it does mean we no longer face them alone. When we cast our anxiety on Him, we recognize that we don't have to carry the burden alone, that there is someone greater, stronger, wiser than we are, who already has the solution, who has already charted a path for us. It is an act of faith, an act of surrender, an act of humility by recognizing that we need His help. God cares for us in ways we can't even imagine. He knows our deepest thoughts, our sincerest longings, and our greatest struggles. He loves us with perfect love, a love that does not depend on what we do or fail to do. His care is not based on our strength, but on His grace. We are not alone in this battle. We are not fighting without direction. He is attentive, He is near, He is ready to intervene when we allow Him to act. Every time anxiety tries to take hold of you, remember this truth: God is taking care of you. You don't have to know everything, you don't have to understand everything, you just need to trust that He is in control. His love is greater than any problem, His wisdom is infinite, and His presence is constant. When you leave your anxiety in His hands, He begins to work opening doors, giving you the peace you need. Letting go of our worries in God sets us free, allowing us to live with a clear mind, a heart full of hope, and the certainty that no matter what comes, He sustains us. Anxiety robs us of peace, but trust in God restores it to us. He takes care of us with perfect love, constant attention, and a deep desire to see us live fully, not in fear. Today is the time to let go, to surrender everything that robs you of peace. Don't continue to carry what God already wants to carry for you. Trust in His love, in His care, in His faithfulness. You are not alone. You never have been, and you never will be. God takes care of you in every detail, in every step, in every challenge. Let go of your anxiety, give it to Him, and experience the peace that only He can give. Verse 19, Isaiah 26:3, you will keep in perfect peace the one whose mind is steadfast because he trusts in you. True peace is not found in material things, in the absence of problems, or in favorable circumstances. The peace that God offers is complete, perfect, unshakable. It does not depend on what is happening around us, but on where our mind and heart are focused. When we keep our thoughts firmly on God, when we trust fully in Him, we experience a peace that the world cannot offer, peace that transcends all understanding and endures, even in the greatest storms. We live in a world full of noise, worries, and constant uncertainty. The news, the responsibilities, the expectations of life overwhelm us and make us feel like we can never find rest. But God promises us that if we focus our minds on Him, if we persevere in His word, in His love, in His faithfulness, we will be kept in perfect peace. This is not a momentary peace, not a passing sensation. It is a firm peace that sustains us in the most difficult moments and gives us the assurance that He is in control of all things. Persevering in God means more than simply thinking of Him from time to time. It means making His presence our priority. Seeking Him in every situation, surrendering every thought, every worry, every desire, learning to depend on Him in every area of our lives. Seeing Him as our inexhaustible source of security and direction. When we learn to keep our thoughts on God, we find emotional rest. We find rest for our soul, and we can live with confidence that does not waver in the face of challenges. The peace that God gives is not the same as the peace offered by the world. The world tells us that peace comes from having more, from achieving goals, from eliminating problems. But God's peace is different. It is not based on circumstances, but on a deep relationship with Him. It is not the absence of problems, but the certainty that no matter what we face, God is with us, guiding us, sustaining us, giving us strength. When we trust God, it means letting go of control, letting go of anxiety, giving up fear, and resting in the assurance that He never fails. When we truly trust God, our hearts are stilled, our thoughts align with His will, and our lives are filled with hope. Trusting in God allows us to see beyond what our eyes can see, gives us the certainty that He is at work even when we can't understand it, and fills us with peace even in the midst of the storm. The key to experiencing this peace is perseverance. It's not something that happens overnight. It's a daily decision to keep our thoughts on Him, to remember His faithfulness, to fill our minds with His word, and to reject the lies of fear and anxiety. It's a constant process of surrender, of communion with God, and when we persevere in Him, His peace covers us. God never promises us a life without problems, but He promises us His peace. In the midst of them, He promises that if we keep our minds focused on Him, nothing can rob us of the peace He gives. He promises that His love will sustain us, that His faithfulness will guide us, and that His presence will give us the security we so desperately need. No matter what you face today, His peace is available to you if you choose to trust Him fully. Every day is an opportunity to decide where we will focus our thoughts. We can let ourselves be carried away by worry and fear of uncertainty, or we can choose to trust God, stand firm in His word, and receive the peace He offers us. The choice. God is ready to keep us in perfect peace, but we must be willing to surrender our thoughts, our worries, and our entire lives. Today is the time to surrender your thoughts to God, to trust Him with all your heart, and may His peace flood you. No matter what you are facing, His peace, His love is greater. It is enough. His faithfulness is eternal. Set your gaze on Him, give Him your burdens, and live in the assurance that He is in control. The peace you long for is closer than you think. You just need to trust and persevere in His presence. Verse 20, Deuteronomy 31-8, the Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid or discouraged. This promise is an inexhaustible source of strength and comfort in the midst of uncertainty. It reminds us that no matter what we face, we are not alone. God not only walks with us, but goes ahead, preparing the way, opening doors, breaking down barriers, and ensuring that every step we take aligns with His perfect plan. There is no reason to fear, because His presence is our guarantee that we can move forward with courage and confidence. Life is full of challenges, of moments when we feel trapped, not knowing what decision to make without the strength to continue. It's easy to get discouraged when things don't go as we expect, when the answers don't come, when the doors seem to close. But God tells us clearly, He is with us, not as a distant observer, but as a loving Father who walks beside us every step of the way. In every challenge, in every moment of doubt, we are not alone, and that truth must fill our hearts with hope. God goes before us, which means He has already seen what is to come. Nothing takes Him by surprise, and He has absolute control over our future. Maybe today you don't understand why you're facing certain trials, but you must remember that He has already mapped out a perfect path for you. He knows what you need, when you need it, and how you need it. His presence not only accompanies us, but also guides us, directs us, and assures us that no matter what comes, everything is under His control. Fear and discouragement are enemies that try to paralyze us, attempting to divert us from the purpose God has for our lives, filling us with doubts, negative thoughts, and uncertainty. But God doesn't leave us helpless. He says not to fear, so we shouldn't let discouragement steal our peace. His presence is our greatest security. His love is our greatest strength.
It was a feeling, a sensation that washed over her like a cold wave. Come closer. We are bound by blood. You cannot escape. The voice wasn't just in her head. It was in the very air, vibrating through the walls, through her bones. She could feel its weight pressing down on her, suffocating her, making it harder and harder to breathe. It was as if the very darkness of the church had come alive, wrapping itself around her like a noose. But then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. The shadow shifted, and the room was once again empty. Alejandra's legs gave out, and she sank to the floor, gasping for air. She had seen it. It was real. The thing from her dreams had crossed into the waking world. The lines between what was real and what was imagined were blurring. She couldn't stay here. She had to find a way to stop it. She couldn't let the darkness claim her, but she had no idea how to fight something that wasn't bound by the laws of the living. As she staggered to her feet, her hand grazed the altar. There, beneath the wax and bloodstains, was the faintest trace of the symbol from the book, the same symbol that had been carved into Father Samuel's chest. The vessel was calling to her. Chapter 6. The cult reveals its face. The next few days felt like they stretched on forever, each one blurring into the next. Alejandra couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Every corner, every shadow, seemed to hold eyes that followed her every move. Luis had tried to reassure her, insisting that it was all just paranoia, but deep down, she knew better. Something was coming for her, something ancient and unforgiving. The more she dug into the church's past, the more it became clear. The cult that had once existed here had never truly gone away. It wasn't until the evening of the third night, after the visions began, that the cult finally revealed itself. Alejandra had returned to the church once again, this time to follow up on a strange lead she had uncovered in the book. The ritual instructions in the manuscript spoke of a gathering, a time when the cult would emerge from the shadows to perform their most powerful rites. The date was marked in the margin, a specific lunar phase that was drawing near. The church was empty when she arrived, save for the old statues of saints that seemed to loom over her like silent watchers. The air was thick with the scent of incense, as though it had been recently burned. Alejandra stood at the foot of the altar, her hand hovering over the blood-stained stone. She had come looking for answers, but what she found was far worse than anything she had anticipated. A cold, raspy voice echoed through the silence of the church. "You've been searching, detective, but you should know better than to meddle with things you don't understand." Alejandra whipped around, her heart thudding in her chest. Standing in the doorway, a figure stepped into the dim light, tall, cloaked, and draped in shadows, his face hidden beneath a hood. But even without seeing his eyes, Alejandra felt the weight of his gaze upon her. She knew at once who he was. The leader of the cult. Before she could react, the figure stepped forward, and from the darkness behind him, others emerged, 6 more figures, their faces hidden beneath the same dark hoods, their movements unnervingly synchronized. They surrounded her, forming a ring, cutting off her escape. Alejandra's breath quickened as she backed up against the altar, but there was no place to hide. "You've been asking about the past," the leader said, his voice smooth and almost soothing. "But the past never left, detective. It is here. It has always been here. You are standing on the ground of an ancient pact, a promise made long ago." Alejandra tried to gather her thoughts, but her mind was racing. "What do you want from me? Why are you doing this?" The leader tilted his head slightly, as though considering her words. "We do not want anything from you, detective. We are simply fulfilling the will of our Lord." His voice darkened, and for the first time a chill ran down her spine. "And you are part of that will now." Before she could respond, one of the cultists moved toward the altar. She couldn't see their face, but there was something about their movements that made her blood run cold, like they were not quite human. They reached out with a trembling hand and placed something on the stone slab. A dagger, long and black, its edge gleaming in the faint light. The hilt was carved with the same strange symbols she had seen in the book. Symbols of blood, of sacrifice. Alejandra's heart raced. "What is this? What are you doing?" The leader stepped forward again, his voice low and almost hypnotic. "You are the sacrifice, detective. You are the one chosen to break the seal, to awaken the Vastago from its slumber." The words hit her like a punch to the gut. She shook her head, stepping back. "You're insane. This is madness. I won't." But the leader held up a hand, silencing her. "You cannot escape what is written in blood, detective. The church is a gateway, a place where worlds collide. We, the chosen, have waited for centuries to bring about the return of the Vastago. You were always meant to be part of this." His eyes, though shadowed, seemed to gleam with something dark, something predatory. Alejandra's mind reeled, but her instincts screamed at her to act. She lunged for the dagger, but before she could reach it, one of the cultists grabbed her arm with an iron grip. She struggled, but the cultist's hold was unyielding. Panic surged through her as she fought to free herself. But the others moved in, surrounding her like a pack of wolves. "You will be free soon, detective," the leader said, his voice full of an eerie calm. "But first, the blood must flow. The pact must be completed. The Vastago must awaken." Alejandra's breath came in ragged gasps. She could feel the pressure building in her chest, the sensation of her life being drained away, piece by piece. The ritual was happening. It was real. And she was its focus. Desperately, she reached for the symbols on her jacket, her badge, the one thing that had grounded her through all of this. She had to hold on to her identity. She had to fight back. She forced herself to focus, her fingers trembling as she pulled the badge free, raising it high as a symbol of resistance. "Not today," she whispered through gritted teeth. A strange silence fell over the room, as if her defiance had interrupted the very flow of the ritual. The leader's face twisted in anger. "You cannot stop this, detective. You are already part of it. Your soul is ours." Just as they were about to bind her in the ritual, a loud crash sounded from the back of the church, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps, heavy, frantic, as if someone were charging toward them. The cultists paused, looking toward the entrance in confusion. The moment of distraction was enough. Alejandra kicked out with all her strength, sending the nearest cultist staggering back. As the others moved toward her, she bolted toward the door, her heart hammering in her chest. The leader's voice echoed behind her, full of fury, but it was too late. She had escaped, barely. Chapter 7. The blindness of Faith. Alejandra hadn't returned home since her escape from the church. Her thoughts were consumed by the terrifying confrontation with the cult, but they were also clouded by something far more personal, the struggle within her own heart. Her faith, something she had always relied upon as a foundation in her life, was now being tested in ways she never imagined. She had always believed in justice, in reason, in the tangible. But now, the line between the tangible and the supernatural was dissolving before her eyes. She sat in her car, parked in front of the church, staring at the crumbling facade. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white, as if the physical act of holding on would somehow keep her grounded. The shadows cast by the moon seemed to stretch and curl around the building like tendrils, whispering promises of darkness. Everything in her screamed for her to leave, to walk away, but she couldn't. She had come too far. She needed to understand what was happening, what the cult had planned for her, and why the church had become a place of terror. As the hours ticked by, Alejandra's mind wandered back to the stories her mother used to tell her. She had grown up in a devout household, a home where faith and spirituality were the center of everything. But as she grew older, Alejandra had moved away from those beliefs, choosing instead to rely on logic and reason. There's no such thing as ghosts or demons, she used to think. No such thing as curses. But now, with the strange book, the cult and the horrors that seemed to manifest from thin air, her old convictions were crumbling. Could the supernatural be real? Was there some dark force at work? Something beyond her understanding? The past few nights had been filled with nightmares, twisted dreams that felt more like memories. She could see Father Samuel's body again, lying lifeless on the altar, his blood soaking into the stones. She could hear the chanting, the voices of the cult, their words foreign yet somehow familiar. She saw the figure in the shadows, the one who had promised her that she was part of the plan, that her soul was already claimed. What did that even mean? Could her soul truly belong to something else? Was her entire life, her very essence, now bound to the darkness of the church? Her heart ached as she thought of her mother, of the faith that had once brought her comfort. But the question kept haunting her. If God existed, why would he allow this kind of evil to take root? Was there a greater purpose to all of this? Or was it just random chaos? She had always thought that faith was a shield, something that protected her from the darkness, but now it felt like it was crumbling around her. If God was real, why had he abandoned her now? The doubt grew heavier in her chest, a weight that threatened to crush her from the inside. She couldn't be the person she had been before, the person who could trust in the goodness of the world, the person who could look at a case and know that justice would prevail. This was beyond justice. This was beyond human comprehension. What had happened to Father Samuel? What had the cult done to him? And what was it that they had in store for her? Suddenly a voice broke through her thoughts, a voice she didn't recognize at first, but knew instantly. Luis. He had been trying to reach her for hours, leaving messages that she hadn't listened to. With shaking hands, Alejandra picked up her phone, her thumb hovering over the screen as she stared at his name. She knew what he would say. He would tell her to stop, to leave this madness behind, and find a way to live her life again. He would tell her to trust in the law, in reason. But could she? Alejandra, his voice came through, soft but insistent. You can't keep doing this. I'm worried about you. You're changing. The last few days, I can't even recognize you anymore. She felt a pang of guilt shoot through her chest. Luis had always been there for her, always the steady hand when things went wrong. He was her anchor, her one connection to the life she had before all of this started, but she knew she was losing him. She had seen the fear in his eyes when she told him about the cult, about the book. He didn't want to believe, and why should he? What sane person would? I'm not the same, she whispered to herself, the words barely audible. I don't know who I am anymore. She threw the phone into the passenger seat and slammed her hand on the steering wheel in frustration. What was she supposed to do? How was she supposed to fight something she couldn't even fully understand? The cult's influence over her had already started. She could feel the pull in her chest, the tug of the darkness, and it was becoming stronger with each passing moment. She had seen the altar, the symbols, the sacrifice. It was all so real, so inevitable. Could she stop it? The answer, she knew deep down, was no. She couldn't stop it. Not on her own. She needed help. She needed to understand how to fight back, how to keep her soul intact, how to hold onto whatever fragments of herself were still left. But how could she do that when everything around her seemed to be falling apart? And then, in the distance, she saw something movement in the shadows, near the church entrance. Someone was standing there, watching her. The figure was tall and cloaked in black, their face obscured by the darkness. It was them, the cultists. They had found her. For a moment, Alejandra considered running. She considered driving away, leaving the town behind, leaving the cult and the church to their own darkness. But that wouldn't solve anything. They would find her again, and the darkness would keep following her. No, the only way out was through. She had to face whatever it was that had taken hold of this place, and of her. Her fingers tightened around the steering wheel as she started the car, the engine roaring to life. With a deep breath, she put the car into gear and pulled toward the church, towards the gathering shadows. There was no turning back now. The darkness was here to stay, and so was she. Chapter 8. The condemnation of the soul. Alejandra sat in the dimly lit room of the old church office, the walls pressing in on her as she leafed through the ancient, brittle pages of the manuscript. The words swam before her eyes, a tangled mess of symbols and Latin phrases that made her head spin. Yet somewhere in the chaos, there was a pattern, a thread she had to follow, if she was ever going to understand the full scope of the horror that had gripped Caverna Negra. The truth was more sinister than she could have imagined. The pact, she realized, was not just some forgotten ritual or long-dead legend. It was living, breathing, and it had bound her to the church long before she ever set foot in this cursed town. Her soul was already condemned, and there was no escaping the darkness now. The cult wasn't just using her as a pawn in their ancient game. They had planned for her to be the final sacrifice, the key to unleashing the Vastago from its prison. She stood abruptly, her chair scraping across the floor with a sharp, echoing sound. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She was not merely a witness to this evil, she was part of it. Her blood, her very existence, had been written into the cursed pages of the church's history. Her ancestors had made a bargain with the darkness, a pact that had been passed down through generations, and she was the one who would fulfill it. The thought made her stomach churn, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, she wondered if she would ever be able to trust herself again. No, she whispered to the empty room, shaking her head. This can't be true. But the evidence was right in front of her, torn from the pages of a forgotten past, in ink that had bled into the fibers of time. She had heard the voices of the cultists calling her their chosen one, but what did that mean? How could they have known? Her thoughts were interrupted by the low creak of the door behind her, and she spun around, hand instinctively reaching for the gun tucked under her coat. But there was no one there, just the whispering wind that had found its way through the cracks in the walls. But it didn't matter. The moment had passed, and her mind was already spiraling again. She needed to focus. She had to find a way to break the curse, to rid herself of the dark fate that had been forced upon her. But how? What could she do against an ancient force that had claimed generations before her? The words in the manuscript told of rituals, of ancient symbols and offerings of blood. There had to be a way to undo it, to destroy the pact once and for all. The problem was that every time she thought she was getting closer to the truth, something darker would find its way into her mind, whispering doubts and fears. She had seen it in the corner of her eye, a shadow that seemed to move when she wasn't looking. She could hear it in the silence of the church, the soft rustle of robes, the faint murmur of chanting, as if the cultists were always there, just out of reach. They were coming for her again, and they wouldn't stop until the ritual was complete. Alejandra stumbled backward, her breath quickening as the realization sunk in there was no escaping it. The blood of the pact had already claimed her. She was already marked. It was only a matter of time before the final ritual would take place, and she would have no say in the matter. She would die, her soul consumed by the darkness, and the Vastago would rise again. She thought of Luis, her partner, the man who had always stood by her side, who had never once doubted her. But even he couldn't protect her from this. No one could. She had brought him into this nightmare, and now it seemed like there was no way to protect him from what was coming. She could already see it in his eyes, the fear, the uncertainty. If he knew the truth, would he abandon her? Would he run, leaving her to face this horror alone? She picked up the phone, hands trembling as she dialed his number, praying he would answer, praying that somehow he could save her. When he picked up, his voice was thick with sleep. "Alejandra? What's going on? Where are you?" I'm at the church," she said, the words feeling like they were being pulled from her against her will. "Luis, you need to get here. They know about me. The cult, they know who I am. I'm part of this thing, the curse. The blood is on me. There's no escaping it." The line was silent for a long moment. She could hear him breathing on the other end, trying to process her words, trying to make sense of the madness that was taking over her life. "I'm coming," he said, his voice low but steady. "Stay there. Don't do anything rash." Alejandra didn't have the strength to argue. The truth was, she wasn't sure what she was supposed to do next. But as she hung up the phone, a part of her knew it was too late. The cultists were already closing in on her. She could feel them, like a weight pressing on her chest, suffocating her with their unholy presence. The ritual was drawing near, and no one, least of all Luis, could stop it now. As she paced the floor, the old church seemed to come alive with whispers. The air grew colder, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch and warp, as if they were watching her, waiting for the right moment. The altar loomed before her, the bloodstains still fresh, the dark symbols carved into the stone as though they were alive, writhing in the flickering candlelight. She could hear the chanting again, distant and muffled, but it was real. It was happening. In that moment, Alejandra realized something. This wasn't just a fight for survival. This was a fight for her very soul. And in the end, she wasn't sure if she would be strong enough to win. Chapter 9. The Return of the Dark One. The air in the church had grown impossibly thick, suffocating, as if the very walls were closing in on her. Alejandra could hear the faintest of whispers now, drifting in the air like the mournful cries of 1,000 lost souls. The church was no longer just a building. It was a living thing, pulsating with dark energy, and it was alive with the return of something far older and more terrible than she had ever imagined. She moved through the shadowed halls, her heart pounding as the reality of the situation hit her with brutal force. The Vastago, the creature that the cult had sought to awaken, was no longer a myth. It was real, and it was here. She could feel it in the very air, an oppressive weight that pressed on her chest, urging her to give in, to succumb to the dark forces that had begun to coil around her. Its presence was undeniable, its power intoxicating. Alejandra had always considered herself a skeptic. In her years as a detective, she had seen horrors, unspeakable crimes, twisted human behavior, but nothing that could compare to this. The supernatural had always been something to dismiss, something the weak clung to in the absence of reason. But now she understood. This darkness was real, and it had been feeding on the church's suffering for centuries. She reached the altar, her eyes falling on the ancient symbols carved into the stone. The bloodstains from Father Samuel's death had long since dried, but the air still carried the sickly, metallic scent of death. Her breath caught in her throat as she noticed something new. There was movement, a shifting shadow that didn't belong. It was as though the darkness had come alive, creeping in the corners of the room, twisting and warping in ways that defied logic. And then she saw it. A figure, tall and hunched, cloaked in shadows. Its face was obscured, but Alejandra could feel its gaze upon her, an overwhelming presence that sent a chill through her entire body. It wasn't just a person, it was something else entirely. Something ancient. Something that had been waiting for centuries to return. "You've come to see it, haven't you?" the figure rasped, its voice like gravel scraping against bone. "You've come to witness the end of all things." Alejandra froze, her pulse quickening as she felt a surge of power ripple through the room. The shadows twisted, and she realized it was alive. The Vastago was no longer bound by the rituals or the seals that had kept it dormant for so long. It had been awakened, and now it was free. She took a step back, instinctively reaching for her gun, but the weapon felt like a mere trinket in the face of this dark power. The creature in front of her moved, its limbs jerking in unnatural ways, as if it were both human and something more, something inhuman. It had no clear form, but its eyes glowed with an otherworldly fire, burning into her with a malice that made her stomach twist in knots. "You cannot fight what has been waiting," the creature continued, its voice a low, guttural growl. "The church belongs to him now. You belong to him." Alejandra's mind raced. This was it. This was the culmination of everything: the cult, the sacrifices, the ancient pact. It had all led to this moment. The Vastago had been awakened, and its return was going to be the end of everything. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. But it was all she could manage. "Why did you choose me?" The creature's smile twisted beneath its hood, a cruel, mocking expression. "You are not chosen, detective. You were always meant to be. The blood of the covenant runs in your veins. Your ancestors made the pact so long ago, and your soul was the price. You were always destined to be the key." The words hit her like a blow to the chest, and for a moment, the room seemed to spin around her. She had thought, perhaps naively, that she could change things, that she could stop the ritual and destroy the cult. But this creature, this dark force, it had already claimed her. It had claimed her long before she had ever stepped into this church, and now there was no escaping it. She stumbled backward, her hand still clutching the gun, but she knew deep down that it was useless. The Vastago was not something that could be killed by bullets or brute force. It was an ancient entity, a being beyond mortal comprehension. She had no power here. And then, as if in response to her despair, the shadows seemed to grow deeper, darker, suffocating her in their oppressive weight. The air crackled with a strange energy, and Alejandra's breath caught in her throat as the walls of the church seemed to close in on her. She could hear the distant chanting, the voices of the cultists, now louder than ever, their words intertwining with the very essence of the Vastago. It was happening. The ritual was almost complete. The Vastago was free, and with its release came the promise of unspeakable darkness. Her eyes darted around the room, desperate for an escape, but there was no way out. The church had become a prison, and she was its unwilling prisoner. She had failed. There was no way to break the curse now. Her soul was condemned, and the darkness would consume everything in its path. But even as despair threatened to swallow her whole, a flicker of defiance sparked within her chest. She wasn't ready to die, not yet. She might be bound by the blood of the covenant, but she was still her own person. She still had a chance. And if she couldn't stop the Vastago, then she would have to stop the cult. If she couldn't save herself, at least she could destroy everything they had built. With newfound resolve, Alejandra raised her gun and aimed it at the creature, her hand shaking but steady. She didn't know if it would work, but she couldn't let it end like this, not without a fight. "Get out of my way," she spat, her voice filled with all the anger and defiance she had left. The creature laughed, the sound like nails dragging across stone. "You think you can stop me? You think you can destroy what has been here for centuries?" It stepped forward, its form shifting and contorting as it approached her. "You are nothing but a shadow yourself, detective." A fleeting, insignificant moment in the grand scheme of things. Alejandra's finger tightened on the trigger. Chapter 10. The Final Sacrifice. The gun trembled in Alejandra's hand, the metal slick with sweat. Her eyes never left the creature as it drew closer, its shadowy form warping and twisting with every step. The air crackled with the raw, palpable energy of the Vastago, a presence that filled the room, suffocating her with its weight. Her breath came in shallow gasps, but her resolve hardened. This was it, the final confrontation. The end of everything she had known. "You really think that gun can stop me?" the Vastago whispered, its voice like 100 rasping breaths woven together. "You think it will save you?" Its eyes glowed with an unnatural fire, burning through the darkness, cutting into her soul. "The pact is already complete. You are mine, Alejandra. You always were." Her pulse raced as the darkness in the room seemed to close in on her, but something deep within her refused to accept it. Her life, her choices, had led her to this point, and no matter how hopeless it seemed, she was not going to let it end here. The cultists had made their deal long ago, but she didn't have to fulfill their prophecy. She was more than just a pawn. She could fight. She would fight. "Get back!" she shouted, her voice hoarse and raw from fear and desperation. She fired the gun once, twice, but the bullets passed straight through the Vastago, as though it was made of smoke. its form unshapable, indestructible. It didn't even flinch. The creature laughed, its sound vibrating through the walls of the church. Your weapons are useless. The ritual is nearly complete. You cannot escape it. You never could. But Alejandra didn't lower the gun. She wasn't thinking clearly anymore, her mind consumed by a single thought. Stop it. Stop it. She remembered the manuscript, the forbidden rituals, the blood sacrifices. The book had contained instructions for a ritual that could destroy the Vastago, but at a great cost. It required a life bound to the pact. And now, her blood was the key. She was that life. A wave of terror washed over her, but it was quickly followed by a deep, unsettling calm. Her thoughts were fragmented, slipping between fear and clarity. She could feel the Vastago's grip tightening around her heart, threatening to crush it entirely. But then, like a distant echo, a memory surfaced, her mother's voice. The soul can be cleansed with sacrifice. Some things are worth giving up, even if it costs everything. No, Alejandra whispered to herself. I won't be your sacrifice. But it was too late. The Vastago was already inside her, in her blood, her mind. She could feel it writhing beneath her skin, a dark presence pressing against the edges of her consciousness. It was calling to her, urging her to give in, to embrace the dark power that was her birthright. She was its chosen one, the one who would bring the final destruction. But deep down, a flicker of defiance remained. With a cry, she dropped the gun and threw herself toward the altar, her hands trembling as she reached for the ritual knife, the one the cultists had used in the past, the one that had been stained with the blood of countless victims. The blade was cold to the touch, its weight both heavy and oddly comforting in her grasp. She knew what she had to do. It had been laid out before her, in the blood and ink of the past. If she couldn't stop the Vastago by destroying it, then she would have to sever the connection between it and her own soul. The cult had sought to use her for this very moment, but she would not be used. She would make her own choice, and in doing so, she would take away its power. She would destroy the pact. The knife hovered above her chest, the cold steel pressing against her skin. It would be the only way to rid herself of the curse. No, a voice cried out behind her. It was Luis, his voice frantic, desperate. She had forgotten about him, forgotten that he had come to find her. But his words were too late. She had already made her decision. She could see him now, standing at the edge of the altar, his eyes wide with horror as he took in the scene before him. Don't do this, Luis shouted, his hands outstretched, as though reaching for her. You don't have to do this, Alejandra. We can fight it together. We can. But Alejandra didn't hear him. The dark force had already gripped her, pulling her toward the altar, toward the ritual. She wasn't sure if it was her will or the Vastago's influence, but she knew what had to be done. Her hands, shaking uncontrollably, brought the blade to her chest. And then, in one swift motion, she pressed it down. Pain, fire, darkness. The world exploded in a blinding flash of light, and for a moment, she thought she had died. The darkness receded, but not completely. It lingered, like a shadow that refused to leave, as if it had found a way to mark her soul forever. Her breath was ragged, her heart still beating but slower now. It felt like she was drowning in her own blood. She looked up at Luis, who was kneeling beside her, tears streaming down his face. Alejandra, he whispered, his voice broken. No, you can't. You can't be gone. I'm still here, she said softly, her voice a rasp. She was still here, but she wasn't the same. The world around her was changed, twisted. The Vastago had been destroyed, but it had taken a part of her with it. Her body was still hers, but her soul had been torn. And yet, in the depths of her pain, she realized something. There was still hope. The darkness had been cast out, and the cult's grip on her was broken. But the price had been steep. The church, the cult, everything they had built it was crumbling. The last remnants of their power disintegrated before her eyes, the altar shattering like glass under the weight of the sacrifice she had made. Luis held her in his arms, and in that moment, as the darkness receded into the past, she understood what her mother had meant. The soul could be cleansed, but only at the cost of everything that had once held it together. She had saved herself. And in doing so, she had given everything. The curse of the lake. Chapter 1. The body in the water Raoul Sans had never believed in legends. As an archaeologist, his career had been shaped by facts, by soil layers and carbon dating, by stone carvings and ancient scripts. He'd always dismissed myths as the fabrications of those too afraid to seek the truth. But as he stepped off the decrepit train in Valle Oscuro, a small, isolated village nestled between jagged mountain peaks, he couldn't shake the strange sensation that something here wasn't right. The air was thick with a damp cold, heavier than any autumn chill he had ever experienced. It clung to his skin, leaving a layer of unease that wouldn't wash off. The village itself seemed frozen in time, with narrow, cobbled streets leading to crumbling stone houses. The smell of earth and rot lingered in the air, mixing with the faint scent of decay from the nearby forest. No one greeted him as he walked through the main square, only furtive glances from behind drawn curtains. It was as though the entire town held its breath, watching him, waiting for him to make his move. He had come here to study a mystery, a series of unexplained deaths, all linked to the dark waters of the lake just beyond the village's borders. But as the cold wind swept through the square, Raoul began to wonder if he'd made a mistake. His first stop was the local inn, a dimly lit building with wooden beams so old they seemed to creak under their own weight. The innkeeper, a woman whose face was as weathered as the walls around her, handed him a key without a word. As Raoul ascended the creaky stairs to his room, he glanced out of the window at the lake in the distance, barely visible through the mist that hung over it like a veil of doom. He'd been warned by the station master to stay away from it. "You'll find nothing but trouble there," the man had said. That night, unable to sleep, Raoul decided to visit the lake. The villagers had spoken little to him, but their eyes told a different story, one of fear and ancient knowledge. A chill gripped his spine as he walked down the narrow, overgrown path that led to the water's edge. The moon was a thin crescent, casting only faint light on the surface of the lake, which seemed blacker than ink. There were no stars above, only a thick fog that stretched out over the water like fingers reaching into the void. As he neared the shore, the first signs of something strange appeared. A body. At first, Raoul thought it was just debris from the nearby trees, but as he stepped closer, the shape became unmistakable. It was a man, lifeless, floating face down in the water. His clothes clung to his skin, darkened with the grime of the lake, but it was his face that stopped Raoul dead in his tracks. The man's eyes were wide open, but there was nothing behind them, just emptiness. His skin had been unnaturally pale, with strange, deep gashes along his arms and neck, as if something had clawed at him. Raoul's stomach lurched. He had seen many things in his time as an archaeologist: ancient tombs, mummified corpses, battlefields, but nothing had ever unsettled him like this. The man's body was a grotesque mirror of the stories the villagers had told him, the tales of clawed creatures and a vengeful spirit that haunted the lake. But Raoul was not one to jump to conclusions. He had to know more. Kneeling beside the body, he reached out to check for a pulse, but stopped short when his fingers brushed against the water. The sensation was wrong. Cold didn't quite capture it. It was a kind of deep, unnatural cold, the kind that seemed to seep into your bones and settle there. The body, though lifeless, felt as though it were being pulled toward the depths of the lake, as if something from below was reaching up to claim it. Raoul's mind raced. What kind of force could do this? And why was it always by the water? A rustling sound behind him made him turn quickly. His heart skipped a beat as he found himself face to face with an old man. His eyes were wide with terror, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Raoul took a step back, startled by the sudden appearance. The old man's clothes were tattered, his beard long and matted with dirt, but it was his eyes, those wild, desperate eyes, that held Raoul's attention. "No te acerques más," the old man rasped, his voice like the scraping of gravel. "The lake. It has claimed another soul." His words were barely audible above the sound of the wind, but they sent a cold shiver down Raoul's spine. It's too late for him. It's too late for us all. Before Raoul could respond, the man turned and disappeared into the fog, his footsteps vanishing as quickly as they had come. Raoul stood there for a long moment, staring at the body in the water, the oppressive silence closing in around him. The lake, he realized, was not merely a body of water, it was something much darker, a place where the past and the present intertwined in ways he could not yet understand. With a final, uneasy glance at the lifeless body, Raoul made his way back to the village, his mind already swirling with the possibilities. What kind of creature or force could leave such marks? What did the villagers know that they weren't telling him? And more urgently, what had he stumbled upon here in this desolate place? The wind picked up, howling through the trees as he walked back down the path. The image of the dead man's hollow eyes burned into his memory. Raoul knew one thing for certain. This was no ordinary village. And the lake? It wasn't just cursed. It was a doorway to something far darker and far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Chapter 2. The Legend of the Witch. The next morning, Raoul found it hard to shake the image of the body in the water. He tried to focus on his work at the small village library, a dusty room with shelves sagging under the weight of neglected tomes. But the unsettling silence that permeated the town, the strange glances from the locals, and the persistent image of the dead man's eyes haunted him. It was clear the villagers knew something more about the lake than they were willing to say. Determined to get answers, he approached the old innkeeper again, this time hoping for some more substantial insight. The innkeeper, a gaunt woman named Donna Celia, hesitated when Raoul asked her about the history of the lake. Her eyes flickered nervously toward the window, as if expecting someone or something to be watching. Then, with a sigh, she sat him down at a small wooden table, her hands trembling as she poured him a cup of bitter tea. The village, she told him, had long lived in the shadow of a terrible curse. The lake was never meant to be disturbed, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might awaken something. Raoul leaned in, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean? Why is it cursed?" he pressed, setting his cup down. Donna Celia glanced nervously over her shoulder before continuing. "It was a long time ago. Over 300 years, they say. There was a woman, no one really knows her name, but they called her the Witch of the Waters. She was a healer, or so the stories go. She lived in the mountains above the village, alone and out of sight. But her healing methods were unusual. The villagers started coming to her for help with illnesses, injuries, and even some more mysterious ailments. But she had a price." Raoul's interest deepened. "A price?" "Yes," she said, nodding solemnly. "She'd heal them, but in exchange, they had to promise her something they couldn't take back. Some say she made them offer their souls. Others claim she demanded something more tangible, like the blood of the living. Whatever it was, people started disappearing after she healed them. But it wasn't until the bodies were found at the edge of the lake, all with the same mark burned into their skin, that the villagers finally took action." Raoul shifted in his chair, listening intently. "What happened to her?" "The village did what they thought was right," she continued, a hint of bitterness in her voice. "They burned her alive, right on the shore of the lake. They thought that would put an end to it. But the stories say that before she died, she cursed them all. 'The lake shall drink the souls of the guilty and the innocent alike,' she cried out. 'Until the end of time, no one will escape my grasp.'" Raoul's stomach tightened. This sounded like the kind of tale one might find in a forgotten folklore book, something to dismiss. But the feeling he'd had last night, the unnerving cold in the water, and the gashes on the body, the symbols that he had seen in the villagers' frightened eyes, all told him that there was more truth to this legend than he wanted to admit. "Do you believe it?" he asked quietly, more to himself than to her. Donna Celia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she stood, her frail hands brushing over the dusty shelves. "I was a little girl when I heard the stories. My grandmother told me them just as hers had told her. The Lake La Maldición is real. I've seen things. People disappear without a trace. They go to the lake at night, and they never come back. The water doesn't let them leave. And sometimes," her voice trailed off as she turned to face him, her eyes wide with terror, "sometimes they come back wrong. Their eyes empty, their skin pale. But they're not the same." Raoul felt a chill creep down his spine, but he didn't let it show. "What do you mean wrong?" She seemed to hesitate before speaking again, her words measured and careful. "I don't know how to explain it, but those who come back, they're not alive. Not fully. There's something inside them, something that wasn't there before. They walk and talk, but they're hollow. And when they die, it's always by the lake. The same marks, The same empty eyes. Raoul sat back, trying to absorb the gravity of her words. He had heard stories of curses before, but nothing like this. It felt like the village was cursed by more than just an old tale. It was as if the very land itself bore the weight of the witch's vengeance. Was the lake really a portal to something darker, as the villagers suggested? Or had the curse grown so deeply entwined with their lives that it had become a self-fulfilling prophecy? As he left the inn, his mind raced with the possibilities. He needed to see the lake again, to understand the strange power that held sway over the village. The legend of the witch, the curse, the bodies, it all pointed to the same place, the water. But when he reached the shore later that evening, the fog had thickened even more, swallowing the land in a ghostly embrace. Raoul stood at the edge of the lake, staring into the black, glassy surface, as though it might give up its secrets to him. The wind whispered across the water, and for a fleeting moment, Raoul thought he saw a figure standing just beneath the surface, its shape barely visible in the murky depths. A flash of long, tangled hair, eyes that seemed to glimmer from the abyss. But when he blinked, it was gone. The lake, it seemed, was waiting. Chapter 3. The forgotten ritual. Raoul spent the next few days combing through the village's historical records, hoping to find something, anything, that could shed light on the witch's curse and the dark power emanating from the lake. The library, despite its ancient and neglected appearance, contained an impressive collection of books and scrolls, but most of the text focused on folklore, local customs, and family genealogies. There was little mention of the witch or the ritual that had sealed her fate. It seemed the villagers had long since buried the truth beneath layers of fear and superstition. One afternoon, as Raoul pored over a particularly brittle manuscript, a thick, leather-bound book caught his eye. It was tucked away on a high shelf, nearly forgotten amidst the dust and cobwebs. Its cover was embossed with strange symbols, ones Raoul had never seen before. His heart skipped a beat as he carefully pulled it from the shelf and opened it. The pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded in some places, but the text was legible enough. What he found inside made his skin crawl. The book chronicled the events of the witch's final days, describing her descent into madness and the horrific pact she made with a demon, a being that had been bound to the lake for centuries. According to the manuscript, the witch had not simply been a healer, as the villagers had believed. She had dabbled in forbidden rituals, seeking immortality and power beyond mortal comprehension.
No matter how uncertain the future may seem, we can walk with our heads held high because Almighty God is by our side. When we face tough situations, when we feel that the weight of life is too much to bear, it's easy to think that God has walked away, that He's left us alone in the struggle. But this verse reminds us of a powerful truth. God will never leave us or forsake us. His love is constant, His faithfulness is eternal. There is no moment of weakness, failure, or uncertainty when He is not present. He remains faithful even when we doubt, when we fall, when we feel we can't go on. His love sustains us, lifts us up, and drives us to move forward. God does not promise that life will be easy, but He does promise to be with us every step of the way. His presence is the greatest gift we can receive. We are not fighting alone. We are not facing life without direction. He is here, reminding us that no matter how difficult the situation, He is bigger than any problem, stronger than any adversity. His presence gives us the peace we need to face tomorrow with courage. Many times we want to have all the answers before taking the next step. We want to see the path clearly before moving forward. But faith calls us to trust that God is already there, that He has already prepared the way, that His guidance is perfect. He asks us to trust, to let go of fear, and to cling to Him always. His faithfulness never fails, His love never fails, His presence never abandons us. Today is the time to lift your gaze, to remember that God is with you, that He goes before you, and that He will never leave you alone. Don't let fear stop you, don't let discouragement extinguish your hope. Trust that God is at work, that His plan is perfect, and that His presence is all you need to move forward. Don't be afraid, because the Lord Himself goes before you. guiding you, protecting you, and assuring you that you will never be alone. Before I finish, I want you to reaffirm your trust in God. Go to the comments and write with faith, "Lord, I trust you." Even when it's hard, declare it with all your heart and remember that He is in control of your life.
He had never felt anything like that before. It was as though the very earth had rejected him, as though the lake's power was trying to pull him in, to claim him as part of its terrible curse. Raoul stumbled backward, his mind racing. He had to get back to the village, to the library, to find something, anything that could explain what he was experiencing. But the path seemed longer now, the air thicker, the fog closing in around him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was following him, something that had seen him and now wanted him. Every step he took felt heavier, as though the ground itself was trying to hold him in place. As he reached the village, he saw a figure standing at the edge of the square. It was a woman, but she was draped in a cloak so dark it seemed to absorb the light. She didn't move as he approached, but Raoul felt a coldness emanating from her, a presence that made the hairs on his neck stand on end. Her face was hidden beneath the hood, but as he drew closer, he saw the unmistakable glint of the symbol on her exposed neck. Raoul's blood ran cold. The mark, it was everywhere now, and the witch's curse had begun to spread. With a final glance at the woman, Raoul turned and ran, not stopping until he reached the safety of the inn. The door slammed shut behind him, and he collapsed against it, gasping for breath. It was no longer just a story, a myth. It was real, and it was coming for him. Chapter 5. The entity of the water. The cold stone walls of the inn seemed to close in around Raoul as he paced back and forth, unable to shake the feeling that the lake's malevolent presence was following him, seeping into the very air of the village. The figure in the cloak, the woman with the mark, had disappeared into the fog, but her eyes, those hollow, empty eyes, lingered in his mind. She had looked at him not as a person, but as a thing, something to be studied, perhaps, or consumed. The lake's curse was not just something tied to the past. It was alive, and it was reaching for him. Raoul couldn't sleep that night. Every time he closed his eyes, the images flooded in the shadowy figure emerging from the water, the whispering voices, the symbol that seemed to follow him wherever he went. It was as if the lake had marked him too, and now it was pulling at his mind. He had read about spirits that could influence the living, torment them with dreams and hallucinations, but this felt different. It wasn't just a spirit, it was something far older, far more powerful. At first, the visions came as fleeting glimpses, flashes of dark water, twisted shapes beneath the surface, and strange, half-formed faces. But then, as the night wore on, they became clearer, more insistent. He could feel the pull of the lake, its cold depths reaching into his soul, trying to draw him into its embrace. The voices whispered again, not just in his ears, but in his mind. "Come closer, Raoul. You belong with us." His eyes snapped open, but the whispers continued, soft and insistent, as though they were woven into the very fabric of his thoughts. He sat up in bed, drenched in sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. This was madness. He had to get out of the inn, out of the village, away from the lake. But something inside him, something dark and primal, resisted. The lake was calling to him, and part of him didn't want to ignore it. He had come here seeking answers after all. What would it cost him to uncover the truth? Raoul rose shakily to his feet and made his way to the door, but as his hand touched the handle, something inside him froze. The air outside felt different. He could feel it through the door, a pressure building, an unnatural stillness. He had to go. He had to know. Without another thought, he stepped out into the night. The village was silent as he walked through the mist, the only sound the soft crunch of his boots on the gravel path. The fog was thicker than ever, wrapping around him like a living thing. He could barely see a few feet ahead, and yet he felt as if he were being watched. Every shadow seemed to twitch, every whisper of the wind felt like a warning. And then the whisper started again, faint at first, like distant voices carried on the breeze, but growing louder, closer. They were coming from the lake. Raoul's pulse quickened as he approached the shore. The water was still, its surface reflecting the moonlight like black glass. He stood at the water's edge for a long moment, just staring into the abyss, and then he saw it just below the surface, a figure moving, its limbs stretching and twisting in unnatural angles. The shape was impossible to define, its form shifting like smoke. Raoul took a step back, his heart thudding in his chest. He was not alone. The figure in the water rose slowly, its form becoming more solid, more defined, as it emerged from the lake. It was a woman, again tall, gaunt, her skin pale as death, her hair wild and matted with algae and mud. But there was something deeply wrong about her. Her face was contorted, her eyes black pits, and her mouth stretched into a twisted grin that made Raoul's blood run cold. She moved toward him with an unnatural grace, her feet never touching the ground, as if she were floating just above the water. "Raoul," the woman said, her voice a rasping whisper that seemed to come from all directions at once. "I've been waiting for you." Raoul's legs trembled beneath him, but he forced himself to stand firm. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice shaking with fear. "What do you want from me?" The woman smiled wider, her teeth sharp and jagged, like a predator. "I want what is mine," she replied, her voice low and honeyed. "The lake calls to you, Raoul. You are here because you are meant to be. You belong to the water now." The words hit him like a physical blow. He had felt it, he had known there was something inside him, something the lake had already begun to claim, but he refused to believe it. He shook his head, backing away. "I'm not like them. I'm not like the others who disappeared." The woman laughed, a chilling sound that echoed across the water. "You are already one of us. You've been marked. And now the lake will claim you as it claimed them. The pact has been made, Raoul. You have no choice." Raoul turned to run, but the woman's voice stopped him. "Don't you see? The lake is alive, Raoul. It feeds on the souls of the living, pulling them into its depths. But you will be the one to open the way completely. You will be the one to release us all." Her grin widened, and the waters rippled violently, as if in agreement with her words. Raoul stumbled backward, horrified by the realization. The woman, if she was even a woman anymore, was right. He had been marked. The lake had already begun to claim him, drawing him into its dark embrace. The whispers that had plagued his mind, the visions, the symbols, they were all part of the same curse, the same pact. And now, he had no choice but to play his part. The woman's figure shimmered, like smoke fading in the wind, but her voice lingered in the air. "Come back when you are ready, Raoul. The portal is waiting." With a final shuddering breath, Raoul turned and fled. The fog closed in behind him, and the lake's voice, soft and seductive, called after him, urging him back to the water, back to the depths where the dead were waiting. Chapter 6. The hunt begins. Raoul barely slept that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he could hear the whispers, faint at first, but growing stronger. Come back to us," they echoed in his mind, pulling him toward the water, toward the entity beneath it. The vision of the woman, the creature, he wasn't sure what to call it anymore, clung to him like a second skin. She had made it clear. He was no longer a mere investigator. He was part of this curse now, whether he liked it or not. The lake had marked him, and it wasn't going to let him leave without a price. By morning, the village seemed unnaturally quiet. The fog still clung to the edges of the forest, the air thick with a strange chill that made it feel like the sun had no power to warm the land. Raoul stepped into the square, the wooden planks of the inn creaking underfoot. The villagers were going about their business, but their eyes were hollow, distant, as though they too had felt the lake's pull, though they didn't understand it as he did. They seemed tired, worn, as though the curse had already begun to leach the life from them. The first sign came before midday, when a scream pierced the air. It was sharp, frantic, echoing off the buildings, and it froze Raoul in his tracks. He turned toward the sound, and his heart sank as he saw a woman, Maria, a local shopkeeper, stumbling out of her cottage, her eyes wide with terror. Her hands were pressed to her face, as though trying to hide something, but she couldn't stop shaking. Raoul rushed toward her, but when he reached her, his breath caught in his throat. The woman's face was a mask of horror, her mouth moving in a desperate whisper, but no sound came out. Her eyes were wide with fright, and as he looked closer, he saw it there. Carved deep into her skin was the same symbol he had seen on the bodies and the figures in his visions. The mark of the lake. Before he could react, Maria's body jerked violently. Her mouth opened in a silent scream, and a black, thick liquid began to pour from her eyes and ears. Raoul backed away, his stomach turning. It was like the curse was literally bleeding out of her, spilling from every pore, and he knew in that instant that she wasn't going to survive. The lake had claimed another soul. As Maria collapsed to the ground, her body twisted in unnatural ways. Raoul turned away, his hands shaking as he fought to steady himself. He had to find a way to stop this, to stop the witch from claiming the entire village, but he knew he couldn't do it alone. He needed help, but who could help him now? The villagers were terrified, some of them too frightened to speak, others too far gone to even try to fight back. The curse was unraveling their sanity, one soul at a time. By late afternoon, Raoul had gathered what little information he could. It was clear that the lake's influence was spreading, moving through the village like a disease, infecting everyone it touched. Some villagers claimed to have seen strange figures moving through the fog at night. Others reported hearing voices calling them from the woods, but no one could explain what was truly happening. Raoul couldn't help but wonder if they were all doomed to succumb to the curse, as so many had before them. He needed to act quickly. The book, the old manuscript he'd found in the library, contained the ritual that had sealed the witch's fate, but it also held the key to undoing the curse. There had to be a way to break the pact, to close the portal before it swallowed them all. But how? The more he studied the pages, the more the words seemed to slip through his fingers like smoke. Every solution seemed like another dead end, and the longer he stayed, the more he could feel the lake's power gnawing at the edges of his mind. That night, as the moon hung low in the sky, Raoul returned to the shore of the lake, hoping the answers would come to him. He couldn't be sure what he was looking for. He only knew that he had to find a way to stop the curse from claiming him and everyone else in the village. The water looked calm, almost peaceful in the moonlight, but Raoul could feel it, the malevolent presence just beneath the surface, waiting for him. As he stood there, staring into the depths, a figure appeared from the mist, a man, walking slowly along the water's edge. Raoul's heart skipped a beat when he recognized him. It was Miguel, the village elder. He was bent over, shuffling his feet, his head hanging low, as if weighed down by some great sorrow. "Miguel," Raoul called out, his voice cracking in the silence. The old man didn't respond. He just continued walking, his eyes fixed on the lake as though hypnotized. Raoul hurried to catch up with him. "Miguel, what are you doing? You can't go near the water." Miguel finally stopped and turned to face him, but when his eyes met Raoul's, the young man recoiled. They were empty, like two hollow sockets. There was nothing behind them, no soul. Just the mark, the same jagged symbol that had appeared on the bodies, the same symbol that had been carved into the earth. Raoul's blood ran cold. It had taken him too. "I must return," Miguel said, his voice a low rasp, as if the words were being dragged out of him by some unseen force. "It calls me, it calls us all." Raoul's hands shook as he reached for the elder, but before he could grab him, Miguel turned and walked into the water, his feet sinking into the lake's depths without resistance, as though the water was welcoming him, pulling him in. "No!" Raoul shouted, but the old man was already gone, swallowed by the blackness of the lake. Raoul stumbled back, heart racing. The lake was taking them one by one, claiming them as its own. He had to stop this. But how could he fight something so vast, so ancient, so hungry? The witch's curse had already begun to spread, and now the lake itself was awakening, ready to claim more victims. As Raoul turned to leave, his mind spinning with dread, the whispers started again. Louder now. "It's too late, Raoul. The hunt has begun." Chapter 7. The Journey to the Underworld. The moon was a thin crescent, casting a ghostly light over the lake as Raoul stood on the shore, his heart heavy with the weight of his decision. He had no other choice. The village was dying, its people consumed one by the curse. The marks on their bodies, the whispers in their heads, it was all leading to one inevitable conclusion. The witch needed to be stopped before the lake's hunger spread beyond the borders of this cursed place. If he didn't act, the entire world would eventually feel the pull of the underworld, and nothing would remain untouched. Raoul glanced back at the village. It looked peaceful from a distance, its lights flickering faintly in the fog. But he knew better now. He had seen the true face of the curse, and it was already creeping toward him. No one in the village would survive unless he entered the lake, unless he ventured into the underworld, to the very heart of the curse, to confront the entity that had been feeding on their souls for centuries. He didn't know how long he had before the portal fully opened, but he could feel it each passing moment, the weight of the curse growing heavier, closer. He gripped the small bundle of items he'd packed, tools and old writings that might help him break the curse. The ancient text from the library had suggested that the lake was a doorway, a bridge between this world and the one below, a dark realm, where lost souls wandered in eternal torment. But the details were hazy. The rituals were incomplete. Raoul had no clear idea what awaited him, only the cold certainty that the witch was no longer just a spectral figure, she was a living force, an entity of darkness that could shape the underworld with her will. Raoul stepped into the water, wincing as the chill of the lake seeped into his bones. It was as if the lake itself were resisting him, pushing back against his entry, but he ignored the discomfort and continued forward. The water was eerily calm, the surface smooth and glassy, reflecting the mist that rolled over the lake like a veil. His feet sank into the muck, the weight of the earth below him seeming to pull at his legs with every step. As he moved deeper into the water, he began to feel the shift. The air grew colder still, and the lake's murmur began to change. It wasn't just the lapping of water now, it was a voice, a low, guttural hum that resonated deep within his chest. The sound was coming from the water itself, like the lake was alive, breathing, pulsating with dark energy. He fought the urge to turn back, knowing that once he crossed the point of no return, there would be no coming back. Suddenly, the water beneath his feet seemed to pull him down, dragging him deeper than he expected. His breath caught in his throat as the lake's surface dissolved, and he was submerged into a cold, pitch-black abyss. He couldn't see anything. The water around him felt thick, as though it were alive, pressing in on him from all sides. His heart raced as he struggled to stay calm. He had trained himself for moments like this, moments of panic, moments when fear threatened to swallow him whole. But nothing in his past experiences had prepared him for this. The darkness pressed in around him, consuming everything in its path. For a moment, Raoul thought he might drown. His chest burned for air, but there was no surface, no sign of light. The only thing he could hear was the rhythm of his own breath, quick and shallow, and the distant, haunting whispers from below. They were like fingers brushing against the back of his mind. Come deeper, Raoul. Come find us. Come see what awaits. He felt his body growing heavier, as though the lake itself were pulling him further into the void. But he fought against it. He had to reach the heart of the curse. He had to see it through. Suddenly, there was a shift. The water around him lightened, and he could see faint, glowing shapes in the distance, shadows moving just beneath the surface. Shapes that could have been creatures or perhaps souls. Raoul's heart skipped a beat. The underworld was not a place of total darkness. It was alive with shapes and forms, all moving in eerie silence, caught between worlds. This was no simple journey. It was a descent into the core of the curse itself. He swam, feeling the resistance of the water, and as he did, he noticed something, figures, faint and indistinct, floating just below him, drifting in an eerie dance. They were the lost ones, the villagers who had vanished. Their eyes were wide open, unseeing, but they swam in slow, dreamlike motions, as though trapped in a state of eternal waiting. Some of their faces were twisted with anguish, others with terror, but they were all connected by the same thread the lake had claimed them, and they were now part of its endless hunger. Raoul's stomach churned as he realized the horrifying truth. These were the souls of the dead, caught in the water's endless grip. They weren't dead in the traditional sense. They were alive in a way, existing in a twilight state between the living world and the underworld. And the lake wasn't just a conduit, it was a prison, a place where these lost souls were trapped forever, waiting for the portal to fully open so they could spill out into the world above. He had to stop it. He couldn't let this continue. Just as the realization hit him, the water around him grew colder still, and the whispers became a roar. Raoul. The voice came from all directions now, its presence overwhelming. A force that seemed to crush him from all sides. He couldn't see her, couldn't hear her clearly, but he knew she was here. The witch, she was in the water with him. "I told you to come back," the voice whispered. "Now you'll see what you've unleashed." Raoul gritted his teeth, pushing forward, refusing to let the fear overwhelm him. He had come too far. There was no turning back now. He had to confront the witch, to face the entity that had claimed these souls, and to break the curse before it spread beyond the lake's borders. His breath came faster, his body fighting against the water's icy grip as he swam deeper into the underworld. Chapter 8. In the belly of the lake, Raoul's lungs burned as he fought to stay under the surface, his limbs heavy with the weight of the water. The deeper he swam, the more oppressive the darkness became, the water thick with an unnatural chill that seemed to freeze not just his body but his very thoughts. He could feel something watching him, something moving just beyond his reach, waiting for the moment he would falter. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, but he knew that he couldn't. There was no going back now. Suddenly, the murky blackness ahead parted, and for a brief moment, Raoul glimpsed the faint glow of a distant light. It wasn't the moon. This was something different, something unnatural. As he swam closer, the glow intensified, and the world around him began to change. The water thickened further, swirling in strange currents, as if it had a mind of its own, guiding him towards something far more dangerous than he could have imagined. The light grew brighter, but it wasn't warm. There was no comfort in it. It felt cold, dead, like the eyes of a predator waiting to pounce. Raoul's heart pounded as he broke through the surface, gasping for air. The first thing he saw was the altar. It was a massive structure, ancient and made of dark stone, rising from the center of a vast cavern that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The walls of the cavern were slick with black algae, and the air was thick with an overwhelming stench, a mixture of rot and decay. This was no ordinary part of the lake. This was the heart of the underworld, the witch's domain. Raoul's eyes flicked around the cavern, and he saw them creatures, massive and grotesque, slithering and crawling along the walls, their bodies writhing in the dark like living nightmares. They were not human. Their limbs were too long, too twisted, and their faces, there were no real faces, only hollow pits where eyes should have been. Their bodies were a patchwork of scales, moss, and bone, with sharp, elongated claws that scraped against the stone as they moved. The creatures looked at Raoul with a single collective gaze, a gaze that pierced into him like the very essence of fear. They were hungry, and they were waiting. Raoul stumbled backwards, barely keeping his footing in the water, but the creatures didn't move. Not yet. They watched, their mouths open in wide, toothless grins, as though they were savoring the moment. This is it, Raoul thought. He was in the belly of the lake now, surrounded by horrors that no one had ever dreamed could exist. He had to move quickly. Every moment wasted was another moment the witch's power grew stronger. He forced himself to breathe, his hand trembling as he gripped the bundle of items he had brought with him, talisman, relics, and the fragment of the ritual he had managed to decipher. There was a chance, a small chance, that these items could weaken the witch's hold on this place, but Raoul wasn't sure if they would be enough. The creatures in front of him, though motionless, were a constant reminder that whatever lay ahead was not a mere legend, it was real. And it was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The air seemed to pulse with a heavy energy as Raoul stepped cautiously toward the altar. It was a crude, yet imposing structure, covered in strange symbols that pulsed faintly with dark energy. The runes seemed to glow with a sickly light, and as Raoul moved closer, the ground beneath him began to tremble. He could feel the water stirring around his legs, the creatures in the cavern stirring as if they were roused by his presence. They were waiting for him to make a mistake, to falter, to show fear. But Raoul had no intention of giving in. At the center of the altar was a large, black stone basin. Its surface was slick with a viscous, dark liquid which seemed to shimmer and move of its own accord. Raoul didn't need to ask what it was. He knew. This was the source, the dark essence that bound the curse to the lake, the lifeblood of the witch's power. He could feel it in his chest, a dark pull drawing him toward the basin. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to turn away, but he couldn't. He had come this far. The only way to end the curse was to destroy the very source of it. As Raoul approached the basin, the creatures surrounding the cavern began to move. their claws scraping across the stone with a chilling sound. They were closing in on him, their movements synchronized, almost as if they were one single entity. Raul's pulse quickened, but he forced himself to remain calm. He had to act fast. The ritual he needed to complete the ritual before they reached him. He knelt at the altar, the talisman clutched tightly in his hand. He had memorized the incantation, but as he began to speak the words, something in the cavern shifted. The ground rumbled again, louder this time, and the basin began to ripple. Dark tendrils of energy spiraled out from it, snaking toward Raul's feet. The air grew colder still, and the creatures hissed, their forms becoming more solid, more tangible, as if the very fabric of the underworld was being ripped open. Raul's heart raced as he continued the incantation, his voice shaky but determined. And then it happened. A voice deep, malevolent, like the growl of an ancient beast, echoed through the cavern, its power reverberating through Raul's very bones. "Foolish mortal," it whispered, and Raul's blood turned to ice. The witch was here. She had sensed his presence. "You cannot stop me. This place is mine. You cannot undo what has been done." Her laughter filled the cavern, dark and suffocating, and Raul felt his grip on the ritual falter. The basin's liquid swirled violently, and the creatures surged forward, their jaws snapping open, ready to tear him apart. Raul's mind raced. He couldn't afford to falter now. With a final desperate cry, he completed the incantation, throwing the talisman into the basin. The air around him seemed to explode in a rush of sound, and the creatures screamed, their forms dissolving into the swirling energy as the ritual reached its climax. The cavern shook violently, and the basin erupted in a blast of black light. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness. Then, the silence was deafening. Chapter 9. The struggle for the soul. Raul's vision blurred, the world spinning around him as the explosion of light and energy engulfed the cavern. He couldn't tell if he was floating or falling. His body felt weightless, like he had been torn from his very flesh and sent spiraling through the void. The black tendrils that had once surged toward him were now dissolving into the air, disintegrating into nothingness. The sound of the witch's laughter, once overpowering, faded into the distance, leaving only the deafening silence of the cavern behind. But the silence wasn't comforting. It was hollow, suffocating. The energy in the air felt like a void, a vacuum that threatened to pull everything into it. Raul struggled to regain his footing, his hands reaching out into the blackness, searching for something solid to hold on to. His breath was ragged, his chest heaving as if his lungs had forgotten how to function. He didn't know how long he had been in this place. Seconds, minutes, hours. Time had become an alien concept. The water that had once surrounded him was gone, replaced by an oppressive nothingness. It was as though the very fabric of reality had unraveled, leaving him stranded in a world between worlds. And then, as if from the deepest pit of the underworld itself, the voice came again. "You cannot escape, Raul." It was more than a voice. It was a presence, a force that surged through the air, a pulse that beat in rhythm with the very essence of the lake. It was the witch, her power more concentrated than ever before, resonating from the dark pit of the underworld she had once ruled. "This is the end of your journey. There is no return." Raul clenched his fists, his body trembling with fear and defiance. "I will stop you," he muttered through gritted teeth, even as his heart pounded in his chest. He didn't know how, but he couldn't give up. Not now, not after everything he had seen, the lives lost, the souls claimed. He had to put an end to it all. In the darkness, the cavern shifted. A figure materialized before him, tall, slender, and cloaked in shadow. Her face was hidden beneath a hood, but the presence of the witch was unmistakable. Raul felt his breath catch in his throat. She was here, standing in front of him, a being of pure malice, her form shimmering like smoke, her eyes glowing with the infernal light of the underworld. The black liquid that had once filled the basin now swirled around her feet, her power drawing it toward her, absorbing its strength. "You think you can stop me?" The witch's voice was like 1,000 whispers, each one laced with venom and mockery. "You are nothing but a mortal, a foolish man who dared to defy forces far beyond your comprehension." Her laugh echoed through the cavern, a sound that seemed to fracture the very air around them. You are already mine, Raoul. Your soul belongs to me now. Raoul's mind raced. She was right, he wasn't a sorcerer, not a warlock or a god. He was just a man, but he couldn't accept that. The thought of the village, the people who had died, and the innocent souls trapped in this nightmare, all of it surged through him. He wasn't going to let her win. Not when he had come so far. Suddenly, the witch raised her hands, and the ground trembled beneath them. The black liquid began to surge and twist, rising like serpents around Raoul. He felt the pull of it cold and insidious, as it snaked around his limbs, binding him. His breath caught in his throat as the liquid began to seep into his skin, burrowing into his very veins, poisoning his blood. He could feel it spreading, could feel the dark energy coursing through him, trying to swallow him whole. "You cannot fight me," the witch said, her eyes glowing with malevolent delight. "I am the water. I am the darkness. I am the death that claims all things. You are already mine." The shadows around Raoul deepened, and his mind began to fragment. His thoughts became jumbled, like shards of glass falling through the air. His vision blurred as memories of the village, of his past, began to twist and warp. He saw his own face, staring back at him from the abyss, hollowed and drained, lost to the curse. But then, just as the weight of her power seemed to crush him, something inside Raoul shifted. It wasn't a spell or a hidden power he had awakened. It was something more primal, something buried deep within him, a refusal to accept defeat, a surge of energy that came from a place beyond magic or rituals. It was willpower, sheer and undiluted. He forced his eyes open, staring directly into the witch's glowing gaze. "You're wrong," he said, his voice stronger than before. "I'm not yours. I'm not anyone's." In that moment, the witch's expression faltered. Her lips twisted in a snarl, her eyes narrowing with disbelief. "You think you can defy me?" she hissed. "You think you have the strength to resist my will?" Raoul gritted his teeth, his heart hammering in his chest. "I'm not afraid of you." The words felt like fire in his mouth. He clenched his hands into fists, ignoring the pain as the liquid continued to try and consume him. "I will end this." And with that declaration, Raoul drew on the power of the talisman, the relics he had gathered, and the fragments of the ritual. With every ounce of strength, he focused his will, channeling it into one final desperate act. A bright, blinding light erupted from within him, casting away the shadows that had taken root in the cavern. The witch shrieked, her form twisting and writhing as if trying to escape the light. The black liquid recoiled, retreating like the tide, leaving nothing but an empty basin. The witch's face contorted in agony as the light pressed against her, pushing her back into the depths from which she had come. "No!" she screamed, her voice cracking as she dissolved into 1,000 fragments, vanishing into the void. Raoul collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. The cavern trembled as the darkness that had consumed it began to dissipate. The witch was gone. The underworld was collapsing. The lake was no longer a doorway. It was just a lake again. A dark, silent pool, no more powerful than any other. Raoul's body was shaking with exhaustion, his vision spinning, but the weight that had settled on his chest for so long had finally lifted. He had done it. He had destroyed the curse. Chapter 10. The Last Echo. The silence that followed the witch's destruction was absolute, as though the world itself had taken a deep, shuddering breath. Raoul's body trembled, his strength drained from the final struggle, but he could still feel the remnants of the energy that had flowed through him, a force he didn't fully understand but knew had come from somewhere deep within. It was done. The curse had been broken. The lake was no longer a portal to the underworld. The souls trapped within its depths, the creatures that served the witch, everything was gone. But Raoul knew, as he stood alone in the stillness of the cavern, that his victory had come at a great cost. The price of such a powerful ritual was never easy to pay. His heart raced, not from fear or exhaustion, but from the lingering sense that something was wrong. The air in the cavern felt too still, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something he couldn't quite name. He blinked, but the darkness remained, just beyond the glow of the light that still burned in the aftermath of the witch's destruction. His head throbbed, the memories of the battle still fresh in his mind. The twisted faces of the souls, the black liquid swirling around him. It felt like a dream, a nightmare that might still swallow him whole. Raoul began to move, his legs unsteady beneath him, as if the ground was still shifting with the echoes of the witch's death. The cavern was no longer a place of life or movement, it was a tomb. His gaze drifted to the empty basin at the center of the altar, its surface now smooth and devoid of the dark liquid. The air felt cooler now, almost peaceful, as if the very essence of the place had been exorcised. But in the back of his mind, a nagging thought remained. Was the witch truly gone? Was this silence a sign of her defeat, or was it simply the calm before another storm? As he reached the edge of the cavern, Raoul took one last look around. The creatures that had once slithered in the shadows were gone, their grotesque forms vanishing with the witch's power. The weight of the underworld, the suffocating grip of death, had lifted. For the first time since he had arrived, Raoul felt the sharp sting of relief. It was over. The curse was broken. And yet, as he stepped toward the exit, he couldn't shake the feeling that the world had changed in ways he couldn't understand. Emerging from the water, Raoul found himself back at the lake's surface, the moon now high above, casting its silver light across the water. It was calm, unassuming, almost beautiful. The village in the distance seemed to be breathing again, the lights twinkling through the trees like distant stars. He had saved them. The people of the village would never know how close they had come to utter destruction. The witch's reign of terror was over. But as Raoul turned to leave the shores of the lake behind, a strange, lingering sensation gripped him. Something was watching him. Something still haunted him. His thoughts turned to the village. As he made his way back through the woods, the familiar path seemed different, darker, somehow, as if the trees themselves had borne witness to everything that had transpired. The fog had lifted, but it didn't feel like the same world he had left behind. He had come to the lake seeking answers, seeking to break a curse, but he now wondered whether the world would ever be the same again. The villagers would rejoice in their newfound safety, but Raoul knew better. He had seen too much. The underworld was no mere myth. It was real. And whatever force had driven the witch to claim the lake was still out there, lurking, waiting. As he arrived at the village, he was greeted with cautious relief. The people were wary but thankful, their faces worn from the weight of the curse that had plagued them for so long. They didn't ask questions. Perhaps they had already guessed that Raoul had done something no one else could. The elders spoke in low tones, their eyes avoiding his, but their gratitude was palpable. They offered him food and shelter, but Raoul declined. He needed to be alone. He needed to think. The night stretched on, the village settling into an uneasy peace. Raoul walked to the edge of the village, standing near the edge of the forest. He gazed out at the distant lake, the place that had once been a source of terror. But now, it seemed deceptively calm. Was it truly over? The witch was gone, but Raoul's mind kept returning to that moment in the underworld, the last whisper of the witch's voice echoing in his head. "You cannot escape." The words lingered, like a ghost that refused to leave him. The curse had been broken, but the feeling that something had changed, something profound and irreversible, clung to him. He could still feel the weight of the water around his legs, the cold pressure of the underworld bearing down on him. The battle had been won, but Raoul had come to understand something far more chilling. The underworld was always there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for someone to open the door again. And what if that door was never fully closed? A chill ran down his spine as he turned away from the lake. There were things in this world that couldn't be undone. Some curses, it seemed, were only dormant, waiting for the right moment to resurface. Raoul had saved the village, but the cost of that victory was something he would carry with him forever. As he walked back into the village, the faintest sound echoed through the air, a whisper that could have been the wind, or something darker. It was distant, but unmistakable. "You cannot escape." Raoul froze, his heart skipping a beat. He turned toward the lake once more, but the shore was empty, the water calm. The witch was gone, the underworld sealed for now. But Raoul couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed him back, something that would always be with him, waiting for the day when the curse would rise again. And somewhere, deep within the shadows, the last echo of the witch's voice lingered, a reminder that some stories never truly end. The Shadow of the Cavern, Chapter 1. The Forbidden Entrance. The wind howled relentlessly through the craggy peaks of the Swiss Alps, biting at the exposed skin of the expedition team as they trudged forward, each step heavier than the last. The cold didn't bother them as much as the weight of something far more oppressive. The air felt thick with an unspoken dread, like a presence lurking just beyond their line of sight. They had come for the caving adventure of a lifetime, but no one could shake the feeling that the mountain was hiding something that wanted to stay buried. Dr. Emil Ritter, the leader of the team, was the first to spot it. His sharp eyes, accustomed to searching for geological anomalies, caught a glimpse of something unusual in the rock face, a narrow crevice that appeared almost deliberate in its placement. They had been following an old, weathered map, one that had led them here, to the base of this imposing mountain. It had taken weeks of planning and preparation to find this remote entrance, and even longer to convince the others it was worth the risk. Now, standing before the crack in the stone, he felt an undeniable pull, as if the mountain itself were calling them. "Here it is," Ritter muttered, brushing his gloved hand along the jagged surface of the rock. "This is the entrance. The map's accurate." Leona, a young and gifted spelunker, felt a strange shiver race down her spine as she examined the opening more closely. The way the stones seemed to curve inward unnerved her. The shadows around them seemed darker here, like the light from their lanterns couldn't quite reach the depths of the crack. She turned to the others, her voice low. "Something doesn't feel right. It's almost like the mountain doesn't want us here." Her comment was met with half-hearted chuckles from the rest of the team, but even they couldn't deny that the atmosphere was thick with an unsettling energy. The air felt stagnant, as though it had not been disturbed in centuries. Yet, despite the creeping unease, the team pushed forward. Ritter was already slipping through the narrow gap, leading the way, and one by one, they followed, their footsteps muffled by the dense silence surrounding them. The entrance opened into a vast, dark tunnel. The walls here were smoother than any cave they had encountered before, as though shaped by an unseen hand. The team's headlamps cast long, trembling beams of light, but the deeper they went, the more the shadows seemed to grow, almost as if they were alive, stretching and shifting in response to their presence. The air grew colder with each step, and the oppressive silence was broken only by the sound of their breathing and the occasional scraping of their boots against the rough floor. It wasn't long before Leona noticed something that made her blood run cold. As the beam of her flashlight swept across the walls, she saw the first of the symbol's strange, ancient markings carved into the stone. They were not random. There was a distinct pattern to them, but the shapes were alien to her. They looked almost organic, like veins or roots twisting through the rock. And then, as if responding to her gaze, the symbols seemed to move. They didn't shift in the way one might expect from something like moss or shifting light. No, these symbols appeared to breathe, pulsing and rippling as though they were alive. "Look at this," Leona whispered, pointing out the bizarre carvings to Ritter, who was walking ahead. He turned, squinting into the dark. "What is that?" he muttered under his breath, his usual confidence faltering for the briefest moment. He had never seen anything like it, not in any of his decades of exploring caves. It was unsettling, but Ritter brushed off the feeling. "It's probably some sort of ancient script. We'll take a closer look once we've mapped out the area." But as the group advanced, the unease only grew. The tunnel began to narrow, twisting at odd angles. The further they ventured, the more they could feel an eerie pull, an unnatural stillness that pressed down on their shoulders. Every turn in the path felt like a trap, as if the cave itself were closing in on them. And yet, they pushed forward, driven by curiosity and the thrill of discovery. Suddenly, there was a faint sound, a crackle of static, like a distant murmur or a whisper on the wind. It was soft at first, but then, as they moved deeper into the cave, it became unmistakable. Whispers, low and guttural, seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. It was as though the rock was speaking to them, in a language that no human ear should ever comprehend. Leona froze, her heart racing, her breath caught in her throat. "Did you hear that?" she gasped, turning to the others. They were all listening now, their faces pale in the dim light. No one said anything. They didn't need to. The whispers were growing louder, filling the space around them, circling them like an invisible predator. Ritter motioned for the group to keep moving, but even he couldn't hide the tremor in his voice when he spoke. "We're close," he said. "The map indicates a large chamber up ahead. It's supposed to be the heart of the system. We'll be able to get our bearings there." But as they pressed forward, a sense of impending doom began to settle over the group. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if someone was urging them to turn back. But they couldn't. Not now. The mountain was calling to them, and they had no choice but to answer. The team moved deeper into the cave, unaware that they had already crossed a threshold from which there was no return. And as the dark passages swallowed them whole, the last remnants of daylight above were left behind, replaced by something far more ancient, far more malevolent than any of them could have imagined. Chapter 2. Traces of the Dark Ages. The team ventured deeper into the winding labyrinth of the cave. The sense of time began to distort. It was as if the further they went, the more the normal rules of reality were bending, reshaping themselves. What had once felt like a simple, exploratory mission now seemed like an endless descent into some kind of living, breathing entity. The air was thick with a chill that refused to dissipate, and every sound, no matter how faint, was amplified by the oppressive silence that surrounded them. Leona's light flickered as she walked, casting brief, jagged shadows on the cave walls. It was impossible not to notice that the symbols, which had initially seemed random, were now more deliberate, more complex. They were etched deep into the stone, some sprawling across the walls like intricate vines, while others were clustered in tight, overlapping patterns. As her flashlight swept across them, they seemed to shift, twisting and contorting into shapes that made no sense, their forms alive with a hidden purpose. "Are we sure this is just some ancient script?" Leona asked, her voice betraying a growing unease. She'd always been the rational one in the group, but something about these markings felt wrong. They weren't just symbols. They were a message, an invitation, or perhaps a warning. Her fingers hovered over the wall, drawn to a set of glyphs that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, almost as if they were reacting to her presence. Dr. Ritter, who had been leading the group, paused and turned. His face was pale, his usual confidence now replaced by uncertainty. "I don't know. These carvings, they weren't on the map. There's no mention of anything like this in the historical records I found. And the way they're changing, it's as if they're alive." His voice trailed off, as though the words themselves were too dangerous to say aloud. There was no mistaking it. Something unnatural was happening here. The team fell into an uneasy silence. Each of them had their own theories about the cave, about what they were truly looking for. But none of those theories had prepared them for this strange, sentient marking, these walls that seemed to watch them. It was as though the cave was not just a geological structure, but something older, far more sinister. Leona stepped back from the wall, but her hand lingered a moment longer than she intended, as though the markings had reached out and held her. "What do you think it means?" asked Jacob, the youngest member of the team, his voice quivering with both excitement and fear. His eyes darted nervously to the walls, as if he could feel the weight of something ancient pressing down on him. Ritter shook his head slowly, his mind racing. He couldn't ignore the gnawing suspicion growing in his gut. "I'm not sure, but whatever it is, we need to be careful. I've never seen anything like this. I don't think these symbols are just a language. They might be a warning, or a curse." They continued through the winding passage, the sense of unease intensifying with every step. The whispers had stopped, but their absence only made the silence more deafening. Every now and then they thought they saw something move out of the corner of their eyes, flashes of shadow that disappeared the moment they turned to look. At one point, the tunnel opened up into a small chamber, and the team gathered in a tight circle, the beams of their headlamps cutting through the oppressive darkness. Here, the symbols were everywhere, etched into the floor, the walls, even the ceiling. But what made this room different was the central figure. At the heart of the chamber was a massive stone slab, its surface covered in strange flowing symbols that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. In the center of the slab was a carved indentation, roughly the shape of a human hand. It was as if the stone was waiting for something or someone. Leona stepped forward cautiously, her breath catching as her flashlight swept over the slab. She felt the temperature drop suddenly, a chill that ran deeper than the cave's natural cold. There was something almost alive about this room, like a heartbeat pulsing beneath the surface. The walls seemed to press in, narrowing their focus on the stone slab as if it were the heart of the cave itself. Ritter was the first to speak, though his voice was strained, his gaze locked on the carved indentation. This must be a ritual site," he muttered, stepping closer. This was likely used for some kind of offering or sacrifice. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the chamber, his mind trying to piece together what they were looking at. The cave could be much older than we thought. Before anyone could respond, a sudden crack echoed through the chamber, a sharp, jagged sound that seemed to come from nowhere. The team froze. For a moment, everything was still eerily still. Then, from somewhere deep within the cave, there was a low, resonant hum, vibrating through the floor and into their bones. It was the unmistakable sound of something ancient stirring, something that had lain dormant for centuries. Jacob, wide-eyed, turned to Ritter. What was that?" Ritter looked around, his expression grim. "We need to leave, now." But as they turned to leave the chamber, they found the passageway behind them had changed. The narrow path they had come through was now sealed by a thick black fog that hung in the air like a curtain, swallowing the light from their lanterns. The cave was closing in on them, reshaping itself as if it had a will of its own. The oppressive weight of the atmosphere pressed down even harder as the group huddled together, panic creeping into their minds. The whispers returned, louder this time, echoing through the stone like a chorus of voices from another time. The cave was alive, and it was hungry. Chapter 3. The First Disappearance. The fog pressed in closer, wrapping the group in a suffocating grip. The air grew heavier with each passing second, thick with a palpable dread that seemed to seep from the very walls. The oppressive silence was broken only by their ragged breathing and the faint echoes of their footsteps, which sounded unnervingly distant, as though they were walking through an endless maze of stone. The team had lost all sense of time. It could have been minutes or hours since they had entered this cursed part of the cave, but all they knew was that the further they ventured, the harder it became to shake the feeling that they were being watched. Leona was the first to speak, her voice a mere whisper. "This is wrong. We're not getting out of here the way we came in. I can feel it." Ritter's expression was grim. His earlier bravado had all but evaporated, replaced by a quiet fear. "We need to find another way. This isn't normal. None of this is normal." The atmosphere seemed to mock them, the very air twisting as if the cave itself was playing some cruel game. Every turn they made, every shadow they crossed, felt like it led them deeper into a maze that was constantly shifting. The passageways were no longer predictable. The walls, those living symbols, seemed to pulse, almost like a heartbeat, and their whispers had become louder, more urgent, as if they were calling out to the team, luring them deeper. It was Jacob who noticed the first sign of something truly wrong. They had come to another small chamber, this one colder than the last. He had just taken a step forward when he stopped abruptly, his face going pale. "Guys, I think we're not alone." The others turned to look at him, but it wasn't the sight of another figure that made Jacob's heart race. It was the sound, a soft scraping, like fingernails dragging against rock, coming from deep within the chamber. It was faint at first, but then it grew louder, a scratching sound that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. "What the hell is that?" Leona asked, voice tight with panic. Ritter held up a hand, motioning for silence. "Stay close," he ordered, his eyes darting around the room. "It could be a wild animal. It's not impossible to find a bat." Or, before he could finish, a scream tore through the silence, high and sharp. It was Jacob, his face twisted in terror as he stumbled backward, his body slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. "It's real," he gasped, his eyes wide with fright, his breath shallow. "We're not alone. Something's in here. Something alive." The others rushed to him, but by the time they reached his side, Jacob was already scrambling to his feet, his eyes darting frantically around the chamber. He was shaking, his chest heaving with fear. "We need to get out of here. Now," he shouted, his voice cracking, but before anyone could react, the scratching sound intensified, becoming a low, guttural growl. It came from behind them, from deeper within the chamber. Ritter spun around, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. but the light couldn't pierce the thick blackness that had gathered in the far corner. It was as though the shadows themselves were alive, moving, undulating like something tangible. And then, in the blink of an eye, something moved in the darkness. It wasn't a creature they could see clearly, it was a shadow, a shape too quick to follow. But it was there, just beyond the edge of their vision. Leona felt her heart stop as she glimpsed it, something tall, hunched, with long, skeletal limbs that scraped across the floor like claws. "Run!" Ritter yelled, his voice booming with authority. But it was too late. The air grew even colder, and a thick, suffocating fog poured into the room, swirling around their legs and making it harder to breathe. Jacob was the first to sprint, but the others weren't far behind, their feet slipping against the uneven ground. The growl behind them intensified, followed by a terrible, bone-chilling screech that echoed through the stone walls, reverberating deep into their souls. As they ran, their flashlights flickering erratically, Leona realized that Jacob was no longer with them. One moment he had been at the front of the group, and the next he was gone. The others called out his name, their voices strained with panic, but there was no reply, no sound, only the growls, the whispers, and the pounding of their hearts. They skidded to a halt at a dead end. The narrow passage they had been racing through abruptly ended in a thick wall of rock, blocking their path. There was no escape, no way forward. "Where is he?" Leona gasped, her voice trembling. Ritter's face had gone ashen, his eyes wild. "Jacob, he's gone," he said, his voice low and strained. "He didn't make it out." "He didn't." He trailed off, his eyes flicking nervously toward the shadows, as though expecting the thing that had taken Jacob to appear in the very air around them. The team stood frozen, the reality of what had just happened settling over them like a heavy, suffocating weight. Jacob was gone, vanished. There had been no trace, no sound of a struggle, no sign of what had taken him. It was as if the cave itself had swallowed him whole. Leona clenched her fists, fighting back tears. She wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but there was nothing. The cave had taken one of them, and they had no way of knowing if they would be next. The whispers in the walls seemed louder now, more insistent, as though they were feeding off their fear, growing stronger with each passing moment. "Stay close," Ritter said, though his voice was barely more than a whisper. "We need to move. Now." But the team knew, deep down, that the cave was no longer just a place they were exploring. It had become something alive, something hungry. And it wasn't finished with them yet. Chapter 4. The Call of Darkness. The air felt heavier now, as if it carried a dense weight that clung to their skin, their clothes, their very souls. The team huddled together, their eyes darting around nervously, as though expecting something to leap from the shadows at any moment. Ritter had his flashlight in one hand, but the beam barely penetrated the thick blackness surrounding them. The walls seemed to close in with every passing second, the stone pressing down like the fingers of some monstrous hand. Jacob was gone, vanished into the depths of the cave, and the others couldn't even begin to comprehend what had happened. Leona was the first to speak, though her voice was hoarse and unsteady. We can't just leave him like that." Her words trembled in the heavy silence, as though they had no weight to them. The truth was, none of them knew what to do. They had no idea if Jacob was alive or dead, if he had been taken or simply lost. All they knew was that the cave itself had claimed him, and that same dark force was growing stronger with every breath they took. Ritter's face was pale, his usually steady hands trembling. He had been the one to lead them here, the one who had been so confident, so sure of their mission. But now, doubt gnawed at him from the inside. "We have to move," he said, his voice low and strained. "We're wasting time. The longer we stay here, the more we risk. Jacob wouldn't want us to die in this cave." "Stop it!" Leona snapped, her eyes blazing with anger and fear. "We can't just abandon him. We don't even know what's down there. We don't know what took him. We have to go back." But Ritter shook his head, his gaze darkening. "It's too dangerous. We're already too deep. If we don't find another way out, we'll all end up like him. You saw what happened. We're not dealing with something normal here." His voice trailed off, the words unspoken, but the implication was clear. Whatever had taken Jacob was no mere animal, no cave-in. It was something much darker, something ancient and hungry. As they argued, the whispers returned soft at first, then growing louder, rising in pitch and volume until they filled the very air. The voices came from nowhere and everywhere, scraping against their ears like the sound of nails on a chalkboard. Leona clutched her head in her hands, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. It was inside her mind now, whispering things she couldn't understand, promises of things too terrible to imagine. And then, a voice clear, unmistakable, cut through the cacophony. "Come closer." It was a voice, but not one that belonged to any of them. It was deep and ancient, distorted, as though it came from the very bowels of the earth itself. It was calling to them, beckoning them forward. Leona froze, her body stiff with terror. The others heard it too. Their eyes widened, their gazes darting to Ritter, to each other, but no one spoke. They could feel it, the pull of the voice. It was calling them deeper into the cave, into the heart of the darkness where they knew no human had ever returned from. "Come closer, feel the truth." Leona's breath caught in her throat. The voice had no face, no form, but it was alive with the promise of knowledge, of power. She felt its call, its pull, and for a fleeting moment, she wondered if it was the same force that had taken Jacob. Perhaps it was offering something in return, some kind of bargain. What? What is that? Jacob's words from moments before echoed in her mind, the terror in his voice still fresh. She was no longer certain if it was Jacob she was hearing now. Perhaps it was just the whispers, twisting in her mind, warping her thoughts. But the voice had substance. It was here. It wasn't a hallucination. "We need to stay focused," Ritter said, his voice shaking as he looked around, his hand gripping the flashlight tightly. He was trying to assert control, but it was slipping away from him. The longer they stayed in the cave, the more the line between reality and the unknown blurred. His mind was already starting to unravel, the weight of the whispers bearing down on him like a crushing force. "We're not following that thing. It's trying to manipulate us. It's trying to trap us." But even as he spoke, the voice seemed to grow louder, more insistent, more demanding. "Come closer." It was no longer a suggestion, it was a command. Leona felt her body tremble, her mind teetering on the edge of panic. She wanted to run, to escape, but she couldn't move. It was as though the cave itself had a hold on her, keeping her rooted to the spot. And then, without warning, something shifted in the air. The temperature dropped dramatically, the cold sinking into their bones. A thick fog began to creep into the chamber, swirling around their feet, heavy and oppressive. It felt as though the very walls of the cave were closing in, compressing them from all sides. The ground beneath them seemed to vibrate, faintly at first, then more pronounced, as though the earth itself were shifting, groaning in protest. Ritter's breath came in shallow gasps. "We need to move now," he urged, his voice desperate. But it was too late. The cave had already begun to change. The walls seemed to warp before their eyes. The once smooth surface now twisted, jagged and full of shifting, writhing symbols. They seemed to pulse, to glow faintly with an otherworldly light. And with every beat, the air grew thicker, heavier, as though the cave itself were alive, aware. "Help me," came a faint whisper, this time from behind them. Leona spun around, her flashlight swinging wildly, but there was no one there. Only the darkness, only the shifting shadows. Yet the voice had been unmistakable. It was Jacob's. The team froze, their hearts pounding. Ritter's eyes went wide as he stepped backward, his foot catching on the uneven ground. "It's trying to take us one by one," he muttered, as though speaking the words aloud would make them somehow more real. "It's feeding on us, on our fear. It wants us." In that moment, the whispering voices filled the space around them like an unholy choir. It was no longer just one voice. It was 1,000 voices, all speaking in unison, demanding them to come closer, to give in. The cave was alive, and it was hungry. Chapter 5. The Ancestral Connection. The team had no choice but to move forward. The voices, the whispers had grown deafening, their constant, disembodied chant weaving itself into the very fabric of their minds. Leona could barely hear her own thoughts over the infernal chorus, but she knew one thing: whatever this force was, it had a purpose. It wasn't merely to terrorize them, it was trying to claim them. She glanced over at Ritter, but his eyes were distant, unfocused, as if he too was losing his grip on reality. The fog thickened as they made their way down another winding passage, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. It seemed like hours had passed since they'd lost Jacob. Time was no longer something they could rely on. The walls of the cave had started to shimmer faintly in the dim light, their surface rippling as though the rock itself was alive. Leona reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth stone, and felt a strange vibration run through the surface, as if the entire cave were resonating with an ancient hum. That's not normal," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony in her mind. Ritter turned to her, his face tight with fear. "We've crossed into something else," Ritter said, his voice barely more than a breath. "This isn't just a cave anymore. We're walking through history, through something that was never meant to be uncovered." Ahead of them, a faint glow flickered, coming from an opening in the rock. Leona and Ritter exchanged a glance, both of them hesitant to approach it, but knowing there was no other choice. With every step, they felt the pull of the cave growing stronger, a magnetic force urging them on. As they approached the glowing opening, the light intensified, revealing a massive chamber beyond. The room was vast, its walls lined with ancient carvings, deep grooves etched into the stone, each one depicting scenes of ritualistic sacrifice. The symbols were far more elaborate than those they had seen earlier. Some depicted grotesque figures, humanoid but twisted, with limbs contorted in unnatural angles. Others showed scenes of dark ceremonies, people kneeling before monstrous gods, offering up their own flesh. There were faces in the stone, eyes that seemed to follow them as they stepped into the room. Leona felt her stomach lurch, as she realized the faces weren't just carved, they were alive. The eyes blinked, shifted, and watched. At the center of the chamber was a stone altar, covered in symbols and relics that pulsed with a faint, eerie glow. The air in the room was thick with the scent of decay, a fetid, sour odor that made Leona's throat tighten. A thick layer of dust coated everything, but at the base of the altar, something gleamed faintly. She took a tentative step forward, and her flashlight illuminated an array of strange, unsettling artifacts, jagged knives with rusted blades, twisted figurines carved from bone, and pieces of what appeared to be ancient clothing, woven from materials she couldn't recognize. But it was the object in the center of the altar that truly caught her attention. It was a stone idol, grotesque and misshapen, its surface covered in symbols that seemed to pulse with life. The idol resembled some kind of monstrous deity, its face twisted into an expression of eternal suffering. Its hands were outstretched, as though beckoning to them. And beneath it, carved into the stone, was a phrase in the same dark script they had seen before, a script they couldn't understand but which felt familiar. It was the same feeling she'd had earlier, like the stone was speaking to her, whispering something ancient, something primal. Ritter stepped forward cautiously, his flashlight trembling in his hand. He knelt before the altar, his gaze fixed on the idol. This is it," he murmured, his voice tinged with awe and dread. "This is what we've been searching for. This is the heart of the cave." Leona felt a cold shiver run down her spine. "What is it? What does it mean?" Ritter's hand hovered over the idol, but he didn't touch it. "This is the work of an ancient cult," he said, his voice trembling. "A cult that worshipped an entity older than anything we could imagine. This was their god, this thing. It's not just a force of nature, it's a being, a malevolent intelligence, and it's still here, in this cave." As he spoke, the whispers seemed to grow louder, the voices coalescing into something more coherent. Leona could make out fragmented words, promises of power, of control, of endless darkness. But there was one word that repeated over and over again, a word that chilled her to the core: sacrifice. "Ritter, stop," Leona said, grabbing his arm. "We don't know what's going to happen if you touch that thing. We don't even know if we can leave this place alive. Jacob didn't get a chance to run. We can't make the same mistake." But Ritter didn't hear her. He was already reaching for the idol, his fingers trembling, drawn by an invisible force. As his hand brushed against the stone, the room seemed to pulse. The walls groaned, the air grew thick, and a low, guttural sound rose from deep within the earth. The ground beneath them trembled, and the idol's eyes, its grotesque, unblinking eyes, seemed to glow brighter, as though alive, as though it were watching them, waiting for something. Suddenly, the whispers stopped, An eerie, unnatural silence enveloped the room, pressing in from all sides. Leona's heart pounded in her chest as she tried to tear Ritter's hand away from the idol, but it was as though his fingers were frozen, as though the stone itself had latched onto him, pulling him in. Then, with a sickening crack, the idol's mouth opened, releasing a flood of darkness. The shadow surged forward, rushing like liquid smoke, curling around Ritter's body. He let out a strangled scream, his form jerking violently as the shadow seemed to devour him, pulling him into the altar. His body vanishing into the darkness, like he was being swallowed by the earth itself. Leona screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the oppressive silence. Ritter was gone, just like Jacob. And as the last remnants of the shadow faded, the whispers returned louder, now more urgent. One more to complete the offering. Leona's heart sank. They weren't just trapped in the cave. They were being hunted, and it wasn't finished with them yet. Chapter 6. Facing the fear, Leona stood frozen, her body trembling, eyes wide with terror. Ritter, her friend, her colleague, was gone, swallowed whole by the abyss, consumed by the darkness that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The room had fallen deathly silent, the oppressive weight of the cave's ancient power hanging in the air like a suffocating fog. She could still hear the faint echoes of Ritter's scream, a sound that now seemed to vibrate in her bones, reverberating endlessly through her mind. The whispering voices had returned, but this time, they weren't just in the walls, they were in her head. Their words twisted and slithered like tendrils of shadow, worming their way into her thoughts, poisoning her sanity. One more to complete the offering. They repeated the same haunting phrase over and over again, louder and louder, until it became a maddening mantra. Leona felt the weight of her own heartbeat thundering in her chest, each pulse like a drumbeat, echoing through the silence. Her hands shook violently as she pressed them to her ears, trying to block out the whispers, but they only grew louder, more insistent. She knew what they were saying. She knew that she and the others were the final pieces of the ritual, one last sacrifice, to complete whatever dark and ancient power lay at the heart of this cursed place. She turned to the others, but they looked just as lost, just as broken. Lars, the only other member of the team still standing, was pale and sweaty, his eyes darting around the room in wild panic. His breath came in short, sharp gasps, as if he were suffocating. His fingers were clenched tightly around the flashlight, but it was shaking so violently that the light flickered, casting long, disorienting shadows on the walls. "We need to leave," Lars said, his voice cracking. He sounded like a man on the edge of hysteria. "Now, we need to find a way out. This place, it's not a cave. It's alive. It's feeding off us." Leona didn't respond. She couldn't speak. The words felt like they were trapped in her throat, tangled with the horror and fear that threatened to swallow her whole. She wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but her body wouldn't move. The shadows were closing in, the walls pressing in on her, and with each passing second, she felt as if she were suffocating. Lars took a step forward, his hand outstretched, but the moment he moved, the ground beneath him seemed to tremble. He froze, eyes wide with panic, as the floor cracked open in front of him. Something black and formless slithered up from the cracks, coiling like a serpent, its edges jagged and shifting. The air grew cold, and the shadows twisted around them, closing in tighter until there was no escape. "Lars!" Leona screamed, her voice raw. She lunged forward, grabbing his arm, but the shadows were faster. They wrapped around him like chains, pulling him down into the abyss that had opened beneath his feet. His body jerked and convulsed, and for a moment, Leona could see the sheer terror on his face, his mouth open in a silent scream, before he was swallowed whole. The cave was alive, and it was feeding on them. Leona stumbled back, her mind racing, her heart pounding in her chest. The darkness was everywhere now, closing in from all sides, the walls vibrating with a rhythm that matched the frantic beating of her own heart. The whispers rose in volume, filling the space around her, becoming a single voice that filled her mind entirely. "You are mine now," the words echoed, a voice she recognized as her own, yet not. The voice that was calling to her now was deeper, older, and far more knowing. It was a voice that had seen centuries pass, a voice that carried the weight of unimaginable horrors, a voice that had claimed every soul who had ventured into this place before her. Leona could feel it now, its presence close, surrounding her. The shadows weren't just shadows anymore. They were the manifestation of the entity, an ancient being whose hunger was endless. The more she tried to fight it, the more she felt its claws scraping at her mind, digging into her thoughts, pulling her into its suffocating embrace. But then, a flicker, a break in the madness. She saw it, a glimpse of something that wasn't a shadow, something solid and real, a narrow passageway in the far corner of the room. The walls on either side of it pulsed with that same dark energy, but it was an opening, a way out, a possible escape. Leona stumbled toward it, her legs weak and unsteady, her vision blurred. The whispering voices followed her, but now they seemed to grow distant, as if the walls were pushing them away, or perhaps she was moving further from their reach. Her hand brushed against the cool stone of the passage's entrance, and for a moment, the oppressive pressure on her chest lifted, just slightly. It was as if she were breaking free from the suffocating hold of the cave. She didn't look back. She couldn't. The darkness still clung to her, but the passage was narrow, and as she crawled forward, the cave's hum seemed to fade, becoming a low murmur in the distance. Every step she took, every breath, felt like a defiance, a rejection of the thing that had tried to claim her. She felt it, the fear, the panic, the dread. It was still there, but it wasn't in control. Not yet. Her hands scraped against the rough stone of the narrow tunnel, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She didn't know how much farther she could go, how much longer she could keep moving before the darkness caught up with her, but there was no other choice. She had to keep moving. The cave had taken Ritter. It had taken Lars. It wanted her too, but she wouldn't give in. She wouldn't let it win. Not without a fight. And then, in the darkness ahead, she saw it, something moving, something shifting in the blackness. A figure, a shadow, and it was coming toward her. Chapter 7. The Creature of the Abyss. The passage was too narrow, the walls too close. Leona's breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale shallow and desperate, as she scrambled forward, feeling the weight of the cave pressing against her. The darkness around her seemed to pulse, the air thick with the stench of decay and rot. It was as though the cave itself were a living, breathing entity, its very essence consumed with an unholy hunger. The whispering voices, distant at first, grew louder, now echoing from all sides, a cacophony of distorted murmurs that filled her ears with dread. The sound of movement came from behind her, slow, deliberate, as though whatever was pursuing her was savoring the hunt. Leona's heart raced, her legs trembling with every step as she moved deeper into the cramped tunnel. She could hear it now, the sound of something large scraping against the stone, the sound of claws or feet or something worse dragging across the floor. The walls of the tunnel seemed to bend inward, the darkness growing thicker, more oppressive, as if trying to swallow her whole. She dared not look back. The instinct to survive was her only guide now. The fear that had been gnawing at her ever since she first stepped into the cave had transformed into something primal. It wasn't just the fear of the unknown anymore. It was the fear of the known, the knowledge that something was hunting her, something ancient, something powerful. It was no longer a whisper in the dark. It was real. The air grew colder still. Leona's skin prickled, the hairs on her neck standing on end as a wave of nausea swept over her. The dark figure in the distance, it was closing in. She could feel its presence like a weight pressing against her chest, suffocating her, drowning her in an invisible force. The creature was there, its form just out of sight, lurking in the deeper shadows of the cave. Then, without warning, the tunnel narrowed even further. Leona was forced to crawl now, her hands scraping painfully against the jagged stone beneath her. Every muscle in her body screamed in protest, but she pushed forward. There was no choice. She could hear the thing drawing closer, the scraping sound louder, more frantic. The whispers had stopped, replaced by an eerie, high-pitched wail that seemed to reverberate from all directions. It was as though the very walls of the cave were crying out in agony. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a wide cavern. Leona's eyes widened in shock as she looked around. The space was vast, far larger than she had anticipated. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like jagged teeth, their tips glistening with a strange, oily sheen. The ground beneath her feet was slick with something black and viscous, like tar or blood. Her flashlight flickered, casting long, erratic shadows on the walls, but she could no longer see the passage behind her. The darkness had swallowed it whole. It was then that she saw it emerging from the shadows like some nightmare made flesh. The creature was vast, a grotesque monstrosity that seemed to distort the very fabric of reality around it. Its body was an abomination of flesh and bone, twisted and unnatural, covered in scales and matted black fur. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were a sickly yellow, shining with a malevolent intelligence. It had too many limbs, each one ending in claws that scraped against the ground, tearing the stone with each step. Its mouth was wide, stretching unnaturally across its face, revealing rows of jagged teeth, some broken, some whole, all hungry. The creature let out a guttural roar, a sound so deep and thunderous that it seemed to shake the very air around her. Leona's heart hammered in her chest as she backed away, her legs trembling, her mind unable to process what she was seeing. It was like a living nightmare, something that didn't belong in this world, something older than time itself. The ground trembled beneath her, and with a sudden movement, the creature lunged forward. Its clawed hands swiped through the air with terrifying speed, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Leona barely managed to dive out of the way, the creature's claws grazing the edge of her clothing. She rolled onto the slick ground, heart pounding in her throat as she scrambled to her feet. She couldn't outrun it. She couldn't even comprehend its speed, but instinct kicked in. She turned and bolted, her flashlight dancing across the cavern's walls, throwing the shadows into wild, unpredictable shapes. The creature was still there, following her every move, its growls reverberating through the cavern like an earthquake. Each step she took felt like a desperate plea for survival. She couldn't think. She couldn't stop to reason. Her only focus was the tunnel ahead of her, a sliver of hope, a chance to escape. But the creature wasn't done with her yet. It lunged again, its massive form cutting off her escape route. The air around her seemed to warp, the space around her growing smaller, closing in as the beast took up every inch of the cavern. It was a force of nature, something that existed in the spaces between reality and nightmare. Leona's body was frozen with terror as it stepped forward, its mouth opening wide, saliva dripping from its teeth. It was going to consume her. She knew it. But then, in the deepest recesses of her mind, a thought broke through the panic. The idol. She had seen it, the ancient idol that had consumed Ritter, the dark power that had awakened with its touch. If the creature was tied to the same force that had claimed the others, then perhaps there was a way to fight it if she could get back to the altar, to the source. The creature roared in fury as Leona spun and ran once more, the cavern stretching on endlessly in front of her. Her body screamed for rest, for relief, but she couldn't stop. She had one chance to survive. If she could reach the idol, she might be able to turn the tide, to confront whatever this creature truly was. But every step forward felt like a death sentence. Behind her, the creature was getting closer. Its claws scraped against the stone, a constant, relentless sound that haunted her every movement. She could feel its breath now, hot and fetid, on the back of her neck. The very air around her felt thick, suffocating, as if the creature's presence was bending the world itself to its will. Chapter 8. The forgotten sacrifice. Leona's legs burned with exhaustion as she sprinted through the cavern, her every movement fueled by pure adrenaline. The creature was close, now too close. Its snarls echoed behind her, its breath like the whisper of death on her neck. She could feel its presence in the air, an oppressive force that seemed to bend reality itself. The walls of the cave twisted unnaturally, narrowing around her, closing in like a trap. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. She was being herded, and the beast knew it. But then, through the chaos of her terror, something shifted in her mind. She could see it, the altar, the idol she had glimpsed earlier. The glowing stone, the symbols that had pulsed with life. It was a long shot, but it was the only chance she had left. If she could reach it, perhaps she could find a way to stop the creature. Perhaps she could find a way to undo whatever dark pact had brought it into existence. The path to the altar was long, winding, and treacherous. The shadows seemed to stretch further with every step she took, the air growing thicker with each breath. The sounds of the creature's pursuit were deafening now, a constant reminder that death was close on her heels. But she kept moving, her body moving on instinct, guided by the flickering light of her dying flashlight, and the faintest hope that the altar held the key to her survival. As she neared the altar, the creature's growls became almost deafening. She could feel its presence in every inch of the cavern, its anger palpable in the air. She had no illusion she knew the creature was going to kill her, but she also knew that the altar was her only shot at stopping it. It was there that the cult had conducted their dark rituals, there that they had made their sacrifices to appease the ancient entity. The idols, the symbols, everything about the place spoke of a hunger older than time itself. Leona's mind raced as she reached the altar, her breath coming in short, frantic bursts. She could still hear the whispers, faint but growing louder, their words swirling around her, crawling into her thoughts. One more sacrifice, one more to complete the offering. The words were familiar now, etched into her very soul. She reached out to touch the altar, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the stone. The moment her hand made contact, a shock of energy surged through her. The cave seemed to groan, a deep, guttural sound that reverberated through her body. She could feel the dark power awakening, the energy that had been dormant for centuries now flowing into her like a torrent. Her mind spun, the walls of the cave spinning around her as the air grew thick with a strange, otherworldly force. The whispers in her mind grew louder, louder, until they were no longer whispers at all, but a deafening roar. And then she understood. The cave was not just a tomb, it was a prison. The creature was not the true enemy. The true enemy was the entity, the ancient god that had been bound in this place long ago, its power sealed by the cult's blood sacrifices. The creature was its vessel, its servant. The sacrifices Jacob, Ritter, Lars had all been part of an ancient ritual designed to break the seal, to awaken the god once more. And now, the time had come. Leona's mind reeled at the enormity of it. She had thought the cult's rituals were nothing more than barbaric acts of madness, but they were so much more. They had been feeding the entity for centuries, each sacrifice feeding its hunger, each life given to it strengthening its hold on the world. And now, with only one sacrifice remaining her, the ritual would be complete. Her fingers tightened on the altar, the stone cold beneath her touch. The darkness surged within her, swirling like a storm, pulling her into its embrace. She could feel the creature's presence behind her now, its hot breath on her neck, its claws scraping the stone. She could feel its hunger, its desperation to claim her. But she couldn't give in, not yet. She couldn't let this nightmare become real. But as the creature's claws closed in, Leona's thoughts turned to the idol that had claimed Ritter. The creature had been tied to the idol. It was a manifestation of the entity's will. Perhaps if she destroyed it, she could disrupt the ritual, disrupt the entity's power. The realization came too late, but it came with enough clarity to drive her forward. With every ounce of strength left in her body, Leona tore herself away from the altar and turned, running toward the idol. Her legs felt like lead, her vision blurred with exhaustion and fear, but the idol was the only hope left. The creature's growls grew louder, its massive form casting a shadow over her as it lunged forward, claws outstretched. But Leona pushed forward, feeling the darkness tug at her, trying to drag her back into its suffocating embrace. She reached the idol, the stone gleaming in the dim light. Her hand shot out, grasping the idol, the jagged edges biting into her skin. The moment her fingers closed around it, a surge of energy blasted through her, overwhelming her senses. The ground beneath her feet cracked, the walls of the cave shaking violently, as if the very earth itself were trying to break free from the entity's grip. The creature let out a terrible scream, a sound of pure anguish and rage. As the idol began to glow brighter, the symbols etched into its surface pulsing with power. The cave trembled, the stone groaning as if it were alive, as if it were fighting against the force that had been unleashed. Leona felt herself being pulled into the light, her body weakening under the pressure of the raw power that was coursing through her veins. In that moment, she knew she had no choice. She could destroy the idol, but it would destroy her too. The ritual could not be undone without a sacrifice, her sacrifice. And as the darkness closed in, she understood that the cave's hunger was not just for blood, it was for the soul. Her heart pounded in her chest as she braced herself, knowing that she was about to become part of the ritual, part of the offering that would end the cave's curse, or awaken something far worse. Chapter 9. The labyrinth without end. Leona's grip on the idol tightened, but the power it had unleashed was unlike anything she had ever felt. The cave trembled around her, the ground shifting beneath her feet. It was as if the walls themselves were alive, the stone contorting and twisting, reshaping in response to the raw energy pulsing through the air. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend, and she felt herself falling, spiraling into something that wasn't quite darkness, but something worse, a place between worlds. She blinked, trying to clear the disorienting haze that clouded her vision. When her eyes refocused, she realized that she was no longer standing in the cavern with the idol. She was in a narrow, winding tunnel, the walls slick with a cold, damp sweat. The air felt thick, heavy, like it was pushing down on her, and the whispers were louder now, echoing in her mind with a maddening intensity. "Turn back," they urged. "You cannot escape. The labyrinth has claimed you." Her heart pounded in her chest, the sound deafening in her ears. She tried to move, but the ground beneath her feet shifted once again, as if the cave were playing a game, toying with her. She stumbled, her legs giving way as the walls closed in. For a moment, it felt like she was being suffocated, her chest tightening, her breath coming in gasps, as if the very air was trying to choke the life out of her. But then, just as suddenly, the tunnel widened, and she found herself standing in a vast open space. She couldn't tell how large it was, though, for the light from her flashlight only illuminated a small fraction of the cavern. The rest of the space seemed to stretch out into an infinite blackness, the shadows swallowing everything in sight. And there, in the distance, she could see it, another entrance, another path. Her feet moved before she could think, the instinct to survive overpowering any thought of the overwhelming fear that threatened to paralyze her. The idol's strange energy still thrummed through her body, making her feel as though she were part of the cave itself, bound to it in some unknowable way. She pushed forward, her mind racing as she wondered how long this would go on, how many twists, how many turns before she would find an end, if there even was one. The path was narrow and winding, the walls of the cave closing in on either side like the jaws of a trap. The whispering voices seemed to grow louder, more urgent, pushing her forward with a relentless force. She could hear her own breathing, ragged and desperate, but the sounds of the cave were louder, distorted, like the walls themselves were alive, groaning and creaking as if they were moving, shifting, alive. "You are lost." The voice seemed to come from the very stone, as though the cave itself was speaking to her, mocking her attempts at escape. The labyrinth feeds on the lost, the broken, the frightened. You cannot leave. You will never leave. Leona's pulse quickened, panic flooding her chest. She knew she had to keep moving. The darkness around her seemed to press in, closing tighter with each step. There was no clear path forward anymore, just a maze of tunnels, all seemingly identical, all leading to the same oppressive, never-ending night. She turned a corner, then another, and another, but nothing changed. The walls, the rocks, the air, all of it was the same, suffocating and cold. It was as though she were stuck in some endless loop, unable to escape. Her thoughts began to spiral, her mind starting to crack under the pressure of the cave's endless corridors. The whispers weren't just voices anymore. They were memories, fragments of her own past, distorted and twisted. She saw images of her friends, of Ritter, Jacob, Lars, each one calling to her, but their voices were now hollow, distorted by the cave. Their faces were blurred, their bodies twisted in unnatural, grotesque shapes, their eyes hollow with despair. "Join us, Leona," they beckoned, their voices a mix of sorrow and mockery. "The labyrinth has claimed us. It will claim you too. You belong here now. We are all part of it." Leona's stomach churned, nausea flooding her senses. She couldn't take it. She couldn't bear to hear their voices, to see their twisted forms. She stumbled back, her head spinning, fighting to block out the images, to regain her focus. But the more she tried to fight it, the more she was consumed by the labyrinth. Her legs moved on their own now, her body no longer responding to her commands. The path before her seemed to warp, stretching into infinity, and no matter which direction she took, it was always the same, endless and unforgiving. The labyrinth wasn't just a maze of stone. It was a reflection of her mind, her fears, her doubts. It was the manifestation of the entity's power, the very essence of despair that it fed on. And as she realized this, she knew that there was no escape. The cave didn't want her to leave. It wanted her to break, to lose herself in its endless corridors, to become just another soul trapped in its depths, another sacrifice to its dark hunger. With a final scream of defiance, Leona tore herself away from the mind-shattering illusions, pushing through the walls of her panic. She refused to let the cave take her sanity, refused to let it consume her. The idol, the ritual, the creature, they were all part of the same ancient force, the same hunger. But maybe, just maybe, there was a way to destroy it, to break the cycle. She couldn't stay here, lost in the labyrinth. She had to find the heart of it, the center, the place where the entity's power was the strongest. If she could reach it, she could end it. But first, she had to survive the maze. The whispers, the images, the very walls, they would tear her apart if she let them. But she wouldn't let them. She couldn't. She just had to keep moving. Chapter 10. The final sacrifice. Leona's body ached, each step heavy with exhaustion, her mind a fractured jumble of fear and determination. She had lost track of time, if such a thing even existed anymore in this place. The labyrinth had swallowed her whole, each corridor blending into the next, a never-ending nightmare. But there was something different now, something sharper. She felt it in the air, in the very ground beneath her feet, a change, a shift in the energy that surrounded her. The labyrinth wasn't just a prison anymore. It was preparing for something final. Ahead, she saw a flicker of light, a pale, sickly glow that pierced the darkness like a beacon. It was the altar, the place where everything had begun. She had known it would lead her back here, back to the heart of the cave, the heart of the entity's power. This was where the rituals had taken place, where sacrifices had been made over countless generations. The entity had feasted on the blood and souls of the lost, and now it would take hers. She could feel its presence now, the weight of it pressing against her chest, suffocating her with its hunger. The creature was near, its growls reverberating through the walls of the cave. Its claws scraped against the stone, its breath hot and fetid as it prowled the dark. Leona didn't know if she could outrun it, but she knew one thing for certain: it was not the creature that she needed to fear anymore. The entity, the god that had been bound in this place for centuries, was the true enemy. And it was awakening. The altar loomed before her, a massive stone structure covered in the same symbols she had seen etched into the walls of the cave. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the ground was slick with something dark, something that felt like it was oozing out of the very heart of the cave. The whispers were deafening now, swirling around her, urging her to stop. Give in, they beckoned. Become one with us. Your soul is already ours. Leona shook her head, trying to block out the maddening voices. She had come too far to turn back. She had seen too much, felt too much, to let it end like this. Let herself become another sacrifice to an ancient hunger. The power of the idol still thrummed beneath her skin, filling her with a strange, dizzying energy. It was both a gift and a curse, a link to the very force that had caused all this pain and suffering. She had come to realize that the idol was not just a key to the ritual, it was a tool, a conduit for the entity's power. And if she could destroy it, if she could break the connection, she could stop the ritual. She could stop the entity. The creature's growls became louder, closer, more frenzied. Its hunger was palpable, the sound of its claws dragging against the stone, shaking the very air around her. But she didn't move. She couldn't. Her mind was locked on the altar, on the idol. She had no choice now. She had to destroy it. Leona reached out, her hand trembling as she grasped the idol. It pulsed with energy, sending a jolt of power through her. But this time, she didn't let it overwhelm her. She focused, her grip tightening around the stone, her fingers digging into the cold, jagged surface. The light from the idol flickered and sparked, the symbols on it glowing brighter and brighter until they seemed to consume the darkness, drowning it in a blinding white light. A roar erupted from the depths of the cave, a sound so raw and filled with rage that it shook the very foundation of the ground beneath her. The creature was upon her, its massive form crashing toward her, its claws outstretched. But Leona didn't flinch. She didn't move. She knew what she had to do. With a final desperate scream, she hurled the idol at the altar. Time seemed to slow as the idol flew through the air, its trajectory perfect, its power resonating through the stone. As it struck the altar, a shockwave of energy erupted, blasting through the cave like a wave of destruction. The ground cracked and splintered, the walls shook violently, and the very air seemed to warp, bending under the force of the explosion. The light from the idol flared brighter than the sun, and Leona shielded her eyes, feeling the intense heat of the energy as it washed over her. Then, all at once, it stopped. The cave fell silent. Leona opened her eyes, her heart racing, her body trembling with exhaustion. The creature was gone. The labyrinth was still. The whispers had ceased. For the first time since she had entered the cave, there was peace. The oppressive weight of the darkness had lifted, the air no longer thick with the entity's power. She could feel the cave changing, the bond that had held it together beginning to unravel, the ancient force that had held it in thrall weakening, its power dissipating like smoke in the wind. But as the silence stretched on, Leona knew that she couldn't be sure. The entity was older than anything she could comprehend. It had survived centuries, feeding on fear, on death. It was part of the cave itself. Destroying the idol had broken the cycle, but it had not destroyed the entity. It had only weakened it. She stumbled forward, her legs shaky, her head spinning from the intense energy that had surged through her. The altar was still there. The stone cracked and split, the symbols now dark and lifeless. There was nothing left but the remnants of the ritual, nothing but the remnants of what had once been. Leona glanced behind her, expecting to see the creature, but there was nothing. The cave was empty, silent. It was as if the darkness had withdrawn, leaving behind only the remnants of the horrors it had once consumed. She didn't know how long she stood there, her mind struggling to process what had happened, what she had done. But eventually, she turned, walking toward the exit. The labyrinth had faded, the walls no longer shifting. The cave was no longer alive. It was just a cave, dead, hollow, and empty. But even as she emerged into the light of the world outside, she couldn't shake the feeling that the entity was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. There was no true end to this, no finality. The cave had claimed too many lives, and its hunger had never truly been sated. It would wait, and when the time came, it would call again. The darkness never truly disappears. It only sleeps. Leona didn't look back. The Night of the Torn Fabric. Chapter 1. The Macabre Discovery. The night was unusually still for the heart of the city, but the tension in the air was palpable, like the city was holding its breath. Detective Marcos Lugo stood in the shadow of an alleyway, staring at the scene before him. Police lights flickered against the rain-slicked pavement, casting a ghostly glow on the scene. In the center of the alley, a body lay sprawled, abandoned by the darkness that swallowed everything around it. But it wasn't the position of the body that disturbed Lugo, it was the way it had been left. Carefully arranged, meticulously altered, and undeniably disturbing. The victim, a middle-aged man with the look of someone who had lived hard but survived, was unrecognizable. His body had been methodically stripped of its organs. His chest, once a place of life, was now an open cavity, an emptiness that was horrifying in its precision. But what made it worse was the fact that everything had been sewn back together. Thin, red threads crisscrossed the body like some kind of grotesque embroidery. The stitching was perfect, too perfect, almost as if it had been done by a master tailor rather than someone with a knife. Lugo knelt beside the body, his gut twisting in a way it never had before. He had seen his fair share of grisly crime scenes, but this was different. It was methodical, clinical even. It was as though whoever did this didn't just want to kill. They wanted to create something. As his eyes scanned the body, he noticed something else that sent a cold shiver down his spine. The organs, neatly removed, were nowhere to be found. No sign of a struggle, no blood trail leading away. The body had been treated like a mannequin, rearranged, deconstructed, and then left as a haunting, unfinished piece of art. A young officer, her face pale and drawn, approached Lugo with an envelope in her hand. She seemed almost reluctant to hand it over, her hands trembling as she extended it toward him. The note inside was folded delicately, as if it, too, had been carefully handled by the killer. The handwriting was scrawled in thick, uneven strokes, smeared in places, as though the author had been in a rush perhaps to leave something behind before being caught. Lugo unfolded the paper, his eyes scanning the words that seemed to burn into his mind. Each thread has a purpose. He stared at the message for a long moment, trying to make sense of it. It wasn't a typical taunt or a demand. It felt more like a riddle, something deeper. Lugo's mind raced. Purpose? He whispered to himself. What did it mean? Was the killer trying to send a message, or was he simply toying with them? He tucked the note into his jacket pocket, his eyes lingering on the body one last time before he stood up. Behind him, the coroner's team moved in, taking over the scene with their cold efficiency. Lugo stepped away from the body, his mind racing. The sense of dread that had followed him into the alley was now following him out. He knew this wasn't just a random killing. This was something calculated, something personal. As he walked toward his car, a chill settled over him, one he couldn't shake. He felt as though the city itself had shifted, as though something had broken in the quiet, and he was the only one who could hear it. The rain began to fall in heavy sheets, the sound of droplets striking the pavement like tiny, frantic whispers. Lugo glanced at the sky, his brow furrowed. It wasn't just the body that unsettled him, it was the feeling that the killer was watching, waiting, knowing that his first move had landed. The detective's gut told him this wouldn't be an easy case. It wasn't just about solving a crime, it was about untangling a nightmare that was only beginning to unfold. And whoever was behind it had already made it clear they had no intention of stopping. As Lugo drove through the darkened streets of the city, his mind replayed the scene over and over. The precision of the cuts, the strange pattern of the stitching, the message left behind. It all pointed to something bigger, something that went beyond the violence of a simple murder. There was an intent here, something so chillingly deliberate that it made his skin crawl. He couldn't help but wonder, was this just the first of many? And who was the man or monster who had left this disturbing message? Lugo pulled into his office parking lot, the sound of the rain growing louder as he shut off the engine. He sat for a moment in the silence of the car, staring at the faint outline of the city through the windshield. He knew he had to go back, to dig deeper, but something gnawed at him, a cold instinct telling him that the answers wouldn't come easily. The Tejidor the Weaver was out there, and the threads of this case were just beginning to unravel. Chapter 2. The trail of the Weaver. Detective Lugo sat in his office, his fingers drumming anxiously against the wooden surface of his desk. The image of the stitched-up body, the macabre message, and the disturbing stillness of the scene had haunted him since that night. He couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just another murder, this was the start of something far darker. He needed answers, and the only way to get them was to follow the trail of the killer, one small clue at a time. But where would it lead him? What did the threads truly signify? The next morning, Lugo visited the morgue again. He needed a second look, a deeper understanding of the body's unnatural state. As the medical examiner peeled back layers of skin and muscle to reveal the surgical precision of the cuts, Lugo could feel the walls closing in. There were no signs of panic in the victim's movements, no signs of struggle. Whoever did this wasn't in a rush. They had all the time in the world to perform this cruel dissection. The body had been operated on with the care of a surgeon, not a madman. Lugo's thoughts drifted to the note. Each thread has a purpose. Was the killer's goal to leave a message for him? Or was this part of some larger, more twisted plan? The forensic team was already analyzing the threads, which appeared to be some kind of silk, rare, expensive. It wasn't the kind of thread you'd find at a local fabric store. Whoever the killer was, they had access to resources, and their methodical precision suggested a level of education or obsession that set them apart from the average criminal. Later that day, Lugo met with his partner, Detective Elisa Ramos. She had been in the business long enough to know when something felt off. "What are we looking at, Marcos?" she asked, her voice low, eyes scanning the file. "This isn't just a killer. It's like an artist. Every kill has been surgical, almost as if they're trying to make something. But what? And why?" Lugo nodded grimly. "I don't know, but I feel like we're missing something. This isn't just about the body. It's about what's been done to it. The way the organs were removed, how clean it was. Whoever did this, they wanted something from the body, something beyond just a killing." As they discussed the case, Lugo's phone buzzed. It was an anonymous message, sent without warning. His heart skipped a beat as he read the short, cryptic text. "The threads are your map. Follow them and you will see the pattern." It sent a chill down his spine. Was this the killer, taunting him again? Or was it a clue? Lugo immediately forwarded the message to Ramos, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. This wasn't just random. Someone was actively playing with him. The next day, Lugo and Ramos dug deeper into the victim's past. His name was Alejandro Garcia, a former surgeon who had been living on the streets for the past year after his medical license was revoked under mysterious circumstances. There was nothing in his file that would suggest he was involved in any criminal activity. In fact, there was very little to go on, just a man with a promising career that had spiraled downward. But the more Lugo dug, the more he began to suspect that Garcia might have known something. Could he have been targeted for something he had discovered? Or was his past somehow connected to the killer? As the investigation deepened, Lugo started to follow a pattern. It wasn't just the bodies that tied the cases together, it was the places where they were found. Each crime scene seemed to circle back to the same general area, an old district on the edge of town, long since abandoned by the city's wealthier citizens, but still home to a population of people struggling to survive. These weren't random deaths. These were carefully chosen locations, as though the killer was constructing a puzzle, each piece falling into place methodically. They were also beginning to notice something else. A strange, almost imperceptible symbol had been left behind at each scene. It wasn't drawn on the walls or the ground, but stitched into the fabric of the victim's clothes, the same silk thread. The symbol resembled an intricate design, almost like an abstract version of a web. A web. Lugo's stomach tightened. The weaver. The connection seemed too clear now to ignore. Lugo spent the next few days scouring every available record he could find related to the district. He discovered that the area had once been the home to a medical institution, a place where experimental surgeries had taken place in the early 20th century. The building had since been shut down after a series of unethical practices were exposed, practices that involved body modifications, organ transplants, and genetic experimentation. Lugo's mind raced. Was this where it all began? Was there a connection between these medical experiments and the killings? Were these just the twisted remnants of a long-forgotten cult of surgeons? His answer came the next evening when he visited the site of the old medical institution. The building was a crumbling relic, but as Lugo walked through its decaying halls, something in the air shifted. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it felt as though someone was watching him. The shadows seemed to move in the corners of his eyes, flickering like candlelight in a room without a flame. Every creak of the floorboards echoed in the silence, and Lugo couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. He had almost given up, thinking it was just his imagination running wild, when he spotted something. On one of the old surgical tables, covered in dust, was a small notebook, its cover old, faded, and covered in dirt. He opened it, and his blood ran cold. Inside were detailed notes about human experimentation, sketches of organs, surgical procedures, and eerie diagrams of body parts being fused together. And at the center of each page was the same symbol he had seen at the crime scenes, a web of interconnected threads. The tejedor, the weaver. Lugo's pulse quickened as the pieces of the puzzle began to come together. Whoever the killer was, they were part of something far more dangerous than he had imagined. This was no random madman. This was something ancient, working in the shadows, stitching together the remnants of the past into something terrifying. And now, it seemed, that something was coming for him. Chapter 3. The Surgeons of Darkness. The discovery of the notebook set off a chain reaction that left Lugo on edge for days. The more he delved into the disturbing contents, the clearer it became that the tejedor wasn't just a serial killer. He was the last remnant of something much darker. The journal contained references to a secret group known as Los Cirujanos de la Oscuridad, the Surgeons of Darkness, a shadowy cult that operated in the underbelly of the city, performing forbidden surgeries and gruesome experiments on the human body. Lugo had heard rumors of such groups before, whispered tales in the corners of medical circles and criminal underworlds, but he had always dismissed them as urban legends, phantoms meant to scare children or justify strange disappearances. Now, standing in the dim light of the old medical building, Lugo was starting to wonder if those rumors were something much more real. The sketches in the notebook were detailed and horrifying, showing human bodies with organs fused together, bones twisted into grotesque shapes, and faces rearranged like pieces of a puzzle. The very idea of it made his stomach churn. The more he read, the more he realized that these surgeries were not just about body modifications, they were about transcending human limits. The surgeons were trying to create a new kind of being, something beyond the frailty and limitations of flesh. The ultimate goal seemed to be the creation of a hybrid, a new race of humans who were both stronger and more adaptable than what nature had designed. And at the center of it all was the Tejedor, the master weaver who sewed together the broken pieces, bringing the monstrous creations to life. But why now? Why was the Tejedor resurfacing after all these years of silence? Lugo's mind raced, trying to connect the dots. The victims weren't random. They were carefully chosen people with a specific set of skills, individuals who had some kind of knowledge or ability that the surgeons would need. The former surgeon, Alejandro Garcia, wasn't an anomaly. He had been targeted for his medical expertise, but who else was the Tejedor after? And how far was he willing to go? Lugo's thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Elisa Ramos, her face tight with concern. "We've got another one," she said, her voice low and steady, but tinged with an unmistakable edge of dread. Same method, same stitching. Her eyes met his, and for the first time Lugo saw the fear in them, the fear that had been growing in both of them, quietly festering with each new death. This wasn't just a case anymore. It was a descent into something monstrous. The crime scene was located in an old, decaying warehouse on the outskirts of the city, far from the heart of the action. It was the perfect place for a body to be left unnoticed, hidden in plain sight. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, had been carefully prepared in much the same way as the previous ones. Her organs had been surgically removed, stitched up with those same red threads, her body left lying on a table that had once been used for medical procedures. But this time, there was something different, something that made Lugo's skin crawl as he walked into the room. The woman's body had been arranged into a pose almost as if she were a mannequin. Her arms were outstretched, her legs bent at an unnatural angle, and her eyes had been sewn shut with a different kind of thread, a dull black silk that contrasted sharply with the bright red of the rest of her body. Her lips were sealed with more of the same black thread, as though the killer was trying to silence her, even in death. As Lugo approached the table, he couldn't help but feel a sickening sensation, like the woman was alive, frozen in some horrible parody of life. Elisa stepped closer, grimacing as she took in the scene. "This isn't just a copycat," she murmured, shaking her head. "This is a message. Someone wants us to know this is their work." Lugo's eyes flicked to the woman's chest. There, carved into her flesh in a way that could only have been done with a surgical scalpel, was another symbol, the same one he had seen before. A web of interconnected threads. But this time, the design was more intricate, more detailed. It seemed to have a life of its own, each line drawing the eye into its depths, like a vortex that could pull you in and never let you go. The Tejedor was making his presence known. He wasn't hiding anymore. "This isn't just a group," Lugo muttered to himself. "It's a ritual, a twisted kind of worship. They're not just creating something, they're trying to summon it." The thought sent a chill through him. The Surgeons of Darkness weren't just interested in body modification. They were trying to bring something into the world, something ancient, something beyond their control. They were close, but Lugo could feel the danger closing in on them. As the investigation progressed, he realized the Tejedor was aware of their every move. Whoever he was, wherever he was hiding, he was pulling the strings. And now Lugo was caught in his web. The more they uncovered, the clearer it became that this wasn't just a case of gruesome murders, it was a race against time. Lugo wasn't just chasing a killer. He was chasing a nightmare that was steadily becoming more real. The Surgeons of Darkness were no longer just a myth, and the Tejedor was more than just a man. He was something older, more powerful, and far more dangerous than Lugo had ever imagined. Chapter 4. The scar on the skin. The search for answers grew darker with each passing day. Lugo couldn't shake the feeling that the Tejedor was toying with them, guiding them through a labyrinth of horrors, each new death a twisted clue. They had discovered so much already, but it felt like they were always one step behind, forever catching glimpses of the killer's plan without ever fully understanding it. It was maddening. Yet despite the terror of it all, Lugo knew he couldn't stop. He couldn't let this unravel any further without finding out what lay at the heart of it. It wasn't long before a break in the case came in an unexpected form. A survivor. At first, Lugo had trouble believing it. A woman, young and fragile, had been found in a derelict part of the city, barely clinging to life. She had been left for dead, her body similarly mutilated, stitched together with the same grotesque artistry. But there was something different about her. She had lived. Against all odds, she had survived the Tejedor's cruel hands. And now, she was the only person who could tell them what had happened to her. Her name was Maria Sanchez, and when Lugo first saw her in the hospital, she was little more than a trembling shell of a person, her eyes wide with fear, her body covered in bandages. The doctors had saved her life, but no one knew what damage had been done beneath the surface. As Lugo sat by her bed, her eyes met his with a mixture of terror and disbelief, as though she couldn't comprehend how she had made it out alive, or why. It was clear she was haunted by something far darker than the physical trauma she had endured. "Detective, I didn't know," she whispered, her voice barely audible, cracking with the effort to speak. "I didn't know what was happening until it was too late." Lugo leaned in closer, trying to calm her, to coax the words out. But he knew this wouldn't be easy. Survivors of such horrors often kept silent, locked away in their own minds, afraid of reliving the trauma. But Maria was different. There was a desperation in her eyes, a need to tell her story, even if it meant confronting the nightmare she had survived. I was taken," she continued, her hands trembling as she clutched the hospital sheets. They took me in the night. It was him, the Tejedor. He and his associates. They cut me open. They took me apart piece by piece." She stopped, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "I don't remember everything. I can't. But I remember the threads, the red threads. They were everywhere, pulling me back together." Her eyes closed, a shudder running through her body. "I don't know what they wanted, but I know they're making something new." Lugo's heart raced as he listened, piecing together her fragmented account. The Tejedor wasn't just removing organs or stitching people together for the sake of it. He was creating something terrifying. The idea of hybrid humans had crossed Lugo's mind before, but hearing it from a survivor brought the horror to life. The question that lingered in the air was no longer what the Tejedor was doing, it was why. Why was he doing this? What was the end goal? Maria's mind seemed to be slipping in and out of coherence as she spoke, but one thing stood out. She mentioned a room deep within the building where she had been held. "It was the last place I remember," she whispered. "I don't know what I saw there, but it was wrong, so wrong." She shuddered as if the memory itself threatened to consume her. The others, they were like me, changed, not fully human anymore. I think they were the next step, the next version. Lugo's mind raced. Maria was the first person to describe the experiments in such detail, someone who had been inside, who had seen the next step of the Tejedor's twisted work. Her words confirmed his worst fears. The Tejedor wasn't just looking for parts or creating mutilated bodies. He was conducting a long-term horrific experiment to create something entirely new, something beyond human, and Maria somehow had been caught in the web. He needed to know more, but Maria was growing weaker by the hour. Her eyes fluttered, and her words became more incoherent. "He said it was almost finished, almost complete," she mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. "The project, the new world." Her hands clutched the sheets tighter, as though she were trying to hold on to something solid, something real. "They're coming for you, detective. You're the last piece." The words hit him like a punch to the gut. You're the last piece. He felt the ground shift beneath him. Could it be? Was he somehow connected to the Tejedor's experiments? Was this twisted web pulling him in too? Before he could ask any more questions, Maria's breathing slowed, her grip on life fading. The doctors rushed in, but Lugo knew it was too late. She had given them a glimpse into the nightmare, but it was a glimpse that would haunt him forever. As he left the hospital, he couldn't help but feel the weight of her words pressing on him. He was the last piece, the final part of the puzzle. And somehow, he knew that meant his life was the next to be woven into the Tejedor's horrific creation. That night, Lugo couldn't sleep. His mind was reeling, filled with questions that seemed to spiral endlessly. What was the Tejedor's endgame? Was there truly a new world waiting to be born? Or was this just madness? A deranged mind trying to play God? And how far was the Tejedor willing to go to complete his project? The answers felt just out of reach, taunting him like the shadow of something that wasn't quite human. Lugo knew one thing for certain. He had to stop this before it was too late. He had seen enough to understand that this wasn't just a series of random killings, it was an ancient, twisted plan unfolding before him. And now, it was clear that the final phase of the Tejedor's work was about to begin, and he was the only one who could stop it. Chapter 5. The obsession of the Weaver. Lugo sat in his dimly lit office, the faint hum of the city's nighttime noise filtering through the cracked windows. His mind was a storm, churning with thoughts of Maria's last words. You're the last piece. He couldn't shake the feeling that somehow, in a way he didn't fully understand, he was a part of the Tejedor's plan. But why? What made him the target of such a monstrous scheme? His stomach twisted with dread, and for the first time in his career, Lugo felt truly vulnerable. The killer wasn't just out for anyone, he was hunting him. And the worst part was, he didn't know why. The connection between the victims and the Tejedor was becoming clearer with each passing hour. Each one was linked by the same patterns, strange symbols, careful surgeries, and an eerie, almost religious sense of purpose behind each act. The killings weren't about chaos or anger. They were part of a grand design, a meticulously planned process that sought to create something new, something beyond humanity. But Lugo still didn't have all the pieces. What kind of man, no, creature would dedicate himself to such an incomprehensible goal? His phone buzzed, snapping him from his spiraling thoughts. It was a text from Elisa, short and to the point. Found something. Meet me at the old church. Lugo's heart skipped a beat. The old church, he'd heard rumors about it. An abandoned place on the outskirts of town, once a center for the city's medical elite, before its mysterious closure. It was a place steeped in dark history, a place that seemed tied to everything he had uncovered so far. With no time to waste, Lugo grabbed his coat and rushed out the door, his mind already racing ahead, trying to anticipate what Elisa had discovered. The church was a cold, looming structure, its once grand facade now weathered and decaying. The air around it seemed heavy, thick with the weight of something ancient. As Lugo approached, he could feel a strange tension in the air, as though the very ground beneath him was holding its breath. Elisa was already there, standing at the threshold of the church, her face tight with unease. "Marcos," she said quietly, "you need to see this." Lugo followed her inside, the echo of their footsteps ringing through the hollow space. The church was a wreck-broken stained glass, shattered pews, and a layer of dust covering everything. But it wasn't the ruined state of the building that caught his attention. It was the altar. A table, covered in surgical instruments, their edges gleaming ominously in the low light. But it wasn't the tools that made his blood run cold. It was the symbols etched into the stone of the altar, symbols that were identical to the ones seen at the crime scenes. The same web-like design that had haunted Lugo since the first murder. "This is where it all began," Elisa said, her voice low. "I think this was their headquarters. This is where the Surgeons of Darkness operated in secret. It's where the Tejedor was born." She turned to face him, her expression grim. "This altar, it's not just for rituals. It's where they performed their most twisted surgeries, where they experimented with human bodies, trying to fuse them into something else." Lugo's heart pounded in his chest. He was starting to see the larger picture, but it didn't make any more sense. Why here? Why was the Tejedor returning to these old haunted places? It was almost as if the killer was trying to finish something that had been started long ago, something that had remained dormant for years, hidden beneath the surface of the city's dark history. Elisa knelt beside the altar, her fingers tracing the engravings on the stone. "These symbols," she murmured, "they're part of some kind of ritual, a code maybe, something that ties all of this together." She paused, her face a mix of confusion and fear. "But this isn't just about creating a new kind of human. This is about ascension." The word hung in the air like a curse. The Tejedor, whoever he is, believes that by creating these hybrid creatures, he can transcend mortality itself. He wants to become something more, and he's using these victims to make it happen. Lugo stared at the altar, his mind reeling. Ascension, it was madness, pure and simple. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed to fit. The victims weren't just being killed, they were part of a process, a ritual, a scientific experiment designed to create a new, more powerful breed of humans. And the Tejedor wasn't just a man anymore, he was something much darker, something that transcended the physical. A monster, yes, but a monster with purpose, with drive. A creature that had the patience to wait, to manipulate, to twist the city's dark corners to his will. As Lugo took a step closer to the altar, something caught his eye. A small hidden compartment built into the stone, partially concealed by dust and debris. His pulse quickened as he crouched down to inspect it, his fingers brushing away the dirt. Inside, there was a book old, bound in cracked leather, and covered in strange markings. When he opened it, he found more diagrams, more sketches of twisted human forms. But it was the text that sent a chill down his spine. "The final phase of the Weaver begins. The last thread shall bind the soul to the flesh." Lugo's breath caught in his throat. The final phase, the last thread. What did it mean? Was he the last thread? Was the Tejedor's goal to bind him to this sickening experiment? To make him part of whatever unholy creation he was trying to bring into the world? As he closed the book, Elisa looked at him with wide, fearful eyes. "Marcos, what if? What if you're right? What if you are the last piece? What if?" She broke off, her words hanging in the air, unspoken but understood. Lugo didn't need her to finish the sentence. He could feel the truth of it deep in his bones. A sick, gnawing fear settled in his gut. The Tejedor was coming for him, and he had no idea how to stop him. He wasn't just investigating a series of murders anymore. He was the target, and the killer wasn't just trying to destroy him, he was trying to create something with him. Something that would change the very fabric of reality itself. Chapter 6. The final experiment. Lugo couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were closing in on him. Every step he took in this investigation only led him closer to the center of a storm where he was no longer just a bystander, but an unwilling participant. The Tejedor's obsession was no longer just about creating new life. It was about him, Lugo himself. He had become the linchpin in the killer's deranged ritual. With each new discovery, Lugo's dread grew, a visceral fear that gnawed at him from the inside out. If he didn't act fast, he would become part of something far worse than he could ever imagine. The more Lugo thought about it, the more the pieces fell into place. Maria's words echoed in his mind. "You're the last piece." He had been so focused on understanding the murders, the motives behind them, that he hadn't considered the possibility that he might be the ultimate target. There had been hints, the strange symbols, the references to the final phase, but now it was clear. The Tejedor wasn't just trying to build an army of hybrid creatures. He was preparing for something much bigger, something that involved Lugo. The detective could feel the weight of it, a suffocating pressure building with each passing hour. He spent the next few days obsessing over every detail, retracing his steps, reanalyzing the evidence. Elisa had become his closest ally in this nightmare, but even she was starting to crack. The deeper they went, the more they discovered, the more dangerous it became. The Tejedor had been hiding in plain sight, manipulating the very fabric of their investigation. Lugo had always prided himself on his ability to read people, to see through lies, but now it was as if the truth was slipping through his fingers like water. In the dead of night, Lugo found himself back at the church. The symbols, the book, the altar, everything felt like it was leading him here. It was a place of darkness, where the veil between life and death was thin, and where the Tegador had performed his most twisted surgeries. Something inside Lugo told him that if he stayed in the city any longer, if he kept following the trail, he would become another victim. But there was no turning back. The Tejedor was too far ahead, and this was the only place where the answers might lie. Elisa had warned him not to go alone, but Lugo couldn't wait. The need to understand, to piece together what was happening, overpowered his sense of caution. He entered the church once more, the cold air biting at his skin, the silence oppressive. The altar loomed before him, its markings still fresh in his mind. The book from the hidden compartment had revealed only fragments of the Tegador's design, but Lugo had a sinking feeling that he knew what the final phase was. This wasn't just about creating hybrids, it was about transcending the human body, pushing beyond the limits of flesh and blood. But why him? Why now? Lugo's eyes fell on the altar again. There, in the center of the stone table, lay a single white thread. Unlike the others, the red and black threads that had been used to stitch the bodies together, this thread seemed almost ethereal, glowing faintly in the darkness. It was delicate, fragile, and yet somehow stronger than anything else Lugo had seen. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the significance. The final thread, the one that would bind the soul to the flesh. Suddenly, a sharp noise broke the silence of faint rustling, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Lugo's pulse quickened as he turned toward the source. From the shadows emerged a figure, clad in a long, dark cloak. The figure moved slowly, deliberately, as if savoring each step, as if drawing out the moment of confrontation. Lugo's instincts screamed at him to run, but his feet felt glued to the floor. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the approaching figure. The figure stopped just before the altar, turning toward Lugo. The hood of the cloak was pulled low, obscuring the figure's face, but the voice that followed was chillingly familiar. "You've come, Detective Lugo. I've been waiting for you." The voice was calm, almost affectionate, as if speaking to an old friend. But there was no mistaking the malice behind the words. Lugo's heart raced. This was the Tejedor, the one who had been orchestrating everything from the shadows, the one who had been pulling the strings all along. "You don't have much time left," the Tejedor continued, his voice thick with satisfaction. "The final experiment is almost complete. You, Marcos, are the key to everything. You are the last thread that will bind the body and soul. The final step. Once you are altered, everything will be as it should be. The new world will begin." There was an almost reverential tone in his voice, as if he was speaking of a grand revelation. Lugo's mind raced. Altered. The word hit him like a physical blow. Was this what Maria had meant? Was he supposed to become one of the experiments? One of the hybrids, the culmination of the Tejedor's twisted dreams? His throat went dry. He had been so close to understanding, to piecing everything together, and now here he was, facing the one man who had been controlling it all. It was as if the investigation had been a trap, set for him to fall into, and now it was too late to escape. The Tejedor stepped closer, his shadow looming over Lugo like a dark cloud. "You see," he murmured, "there is no way out. I've studied you, Detective. I've watched you, followed you. You've been part of the experiment from the beginning, though you didn't know it. You were always meant to be the final piece. Without you, the ritual can't be completed. You will be the vessel through which the new world is born." Lugo's blood ran cold. There was no escape. He had been a pawn all along, pulled into this nightmare by forces he couldn't understand, controlled by a killer who saw himself as a god, a creator of a new world. The detective realized, with a sickening clarity, that he wasn't just the one trying to solve the mystery anymore. He was the mystery. And unless he could find a way to stop the Tejedor, he would become the final piece of the killer's unholy vision. Chapter 7. The Weaver in Action. The Tejedor's words echoed in Lugo's mind like a death sentence, reverberating through the empty church. "You were always meant to be the final piece." The killer's voice dripped with satisfaction, as if he were speaking of a masterpiece nearly finished, a creation on the verge of perfection. Lugo's pulse raced, his instincts screaming for him to run, to escape the church, but his body refused to obey. His legs felt like lead, as though the Tejedor had already woven him into his web, pulling him deeper into the nightmare. There was no running from this. The Tejedor's shadow loomed larger, his presence like an oppressive weight pressing down on Lugo's chest. The figure stepped forward, closer now, the dark hood pulling back just enough for Lugo to catch a glimpse of his face. It wasn't a face at all, not in the traditional sense. It was a twisted mask of scarred skin, unnaturally pale and stretched too tight over the skull. The eyes that peered out from the darkness were cold, almost alien, devoid of any human warmth or emotion. There was nothing but a glimmer of something other, something far beyond the boundaries of human comprehension. You see, Detective, the Tejedor's voice was quieter now, almost intimate. I've waited for this moment for years. The final phase of my work, the last piece of the puzzle. And you are the key. You've been prepared for this all along, without even knowing it. He raised a hand and Lugo's breath caught in his throat. The hand was covered in blood, the fingers twitching slightly, as if they were no longer fully under the Tejedor's control. It was then that Lugo noticed the marks on his hands, the scars running along the wrists, as though he had undergone the same surgeries he inflicted on his victims. Lugo's heart pounded in his chest, a wild rhythm that seemed to drown out all other sounds. "You're sick," he spat, his voice shaky but defiant. The Tejedor smiled, his lips pulling back to reveal jagged, uneven teeth. It wasn't a smile of joy, but a smile of cold satisfaction, as if he were amused by Lugo's ignorance. Sick? Perhaps. But what I am doing is beyond mere sickness. It is evolution, Detective. Ascension. You cannot comprehend it, but you will. You will understand once you become part of my work. You are the final step, the sacrifice that will bind the physical and the spiritual. And then we will create a new world. One where the boundaries between flesh and soul are no longer limitations. His voice dropped to a whisper, a sound that slithered through the air like a serpent. You, Detective, will be the cornerstone of it all. Lugo's mind raced. This was madness. How could anyone think they had the right to play God? To decide who lived and who died? To twist the very fabric of humanity into something unrecognizable? It was beyond the realm of reason. But the more the Tejedor spoke, the more Lugo realized that the killer wasn't entirely delusional. There was a terrifying logic behind his actions, a sickening sense of purpose that went beyond simple murder. Lugo's stomach churned as the full weight of the situation began to sink in. "Don't you see?" the Tejedor continued, stepping even closer. "This is not about the deaths, not about the pain. The suffering is merely a means to an end. Every sacrifice, every body, it all serves the greater purpose. I am crafting a new breed of humanity, a breed that is stronger, more resilient, untouched by the weaknesses of flesh. You, Detective Lugo, are the final thread that will tie it all together." He held up the glowing white thread that had been on the altar, the one Lugo had seen earlier. This is what will complete the experiment. Your soul will bind with the body, and then we will ascend. Lugo felt a surge of panic rise within him, but he forced himself to remain calm. He had to think. He couldn't let the Tejedor control him like this. He was right. In a twisted way, he had been the one piece that had always seemed to elude the killer's grasp. But now that he understood, he had to fight back. He had to break free from this nightmare before it consumed him entirely. The Tejedor reached for the thread, holding it with trembling fingers. "Once this is done, there will be no going back. I will weave you into my creation, and you will be something new. You will be beyond death, beyond human limitations." He began to approach Lugo, moving in a slow, deliberate fashion, as if savoring every moment. But something in Lugo's chest snapped, a primal instinct driving him to act. He had to survive. He had to destroy this madness before it spread any further. With a sudden movement, Lugo lunged at the Tejedor, knocking the glowing thread from his hands and sending it spinning across the altar. The Tejedor hissed in rage, his face contorting in fury as he grabbed at Lugo's arms, his grip like iron. But Lugo wasn't done yet. He kicked the Tejedor backward, sending him stumbling away from the altar. For a moment, Lugo thought he might escape, but he could hear the sound of something shifting in the shadows, more figures, emerging from the darkness, their footsteps slow and purposeful. The room seemed to warp around him, the walls closing in, as though the very building was alive, part of the Tejedor's twisted vision. Lugo's heart raced, his mind scrambling for a way out. The figures that emerged from the shadows were not human, not entirely. Their bodies were stitched together, their faces half-masked in blood and scars, remnants of the experiments that had gone wrong. They were the failed creations, the ones that had come before him, and now they were moving toward him, like puppets on strings. Lugo had no choice. He had to fight. He grabbed a shard of broken glass from the altar, his fingers slick with sweat as he prepared himself for the coming assault. The figures surrounded him, their eyes vacant, but their movements precise, like they were still bound to the Tejedor's will. But Lugo wouldn't go down without a fight. Not like this. Stay back. Lugo shouted, his voice hoarse, but filled with a raw determination. He swung the shard of glass, slashing at the closest figure. It staggered back, but another took its place. The fight was futile, and Lugo knew it. He was outnumbered, and the Tejedor's creations were relentless. But he refused to give in. Not now. Not when the end was so close. Chapter 8. The unraveling plot. Lugo's breath came in ragged gasps as he swung the shard of glass with desperate energy, his movements fueled by a primal need to survive. The creatures surrounding him didn't flinch, didn't even hesitate, as they advanced with mechanical precision. Their eyes, hollow and glassy, locked onto him with the same eerie, soulless gaze, as if they were not truly alive. They were puppets, but who or what was pulling their strings? Lugo's mind raced as he struck out again, his heart pounding so violently in his chest that it felt like it might explode. The first figure he slashed at fell backward, its disjointed body collapsing in a heap. But another immediately took its place. And then another. It was like fighting shadows, like trying to break free from a nightmare that kept getting darker and darker. Lugo's arms were growing tired, the weight of the glass shard feeling heavier with each swing. But he couldn't stop. He couldn't afford to stop. He was surrounded by creatures that were part human, part something else, something twisted and unnatural. He could see the remnants of their former selves, human eyes and lips and ears, stitched into the grotesque frames of these experiments. The Tejedor watched from a distance, a sick smile playing at the corners of his lips. He stood in the shadows, his hands folded in front of him like a conductor observing a symphony. "You are so close, detective," he called out, his voice echoing eerily in the space. "So close to understanding everything, but you will never escape. You will never stop what is coming. I've already won. This world, it's already mine." Lugo's pulse quickened at the Tejedor's words. This world? The killer wasn't just talking about himself, or about the experiment. He was talking about something far more insidious, a transformation that was far beyond what Lugo had imagined. The hybrid creatures weren't just experiments, they were part of the larger goal, part of a new world order. And the final step in that order was Lugo himself. His soul, bound to this hellish place, would complete the ritual. It was as if he were trapped in a nightmare with no escape. With a sudden, furious burst of adrenaline, Lugo broke free from the closest creature, using the shard to stab through its twisted torso. The figure fell, and Lugo took a few staggered steps back, his heart pounding with terror and determination, but there was no time to breathe. The Tejedor's creations kept coming, a relentless tide of grotesque monstrosities that seemed to multiply as the seconds ticked by. Lugo was running out of time, and he could feel it. He was growing weaker, and soon he wouldn't be able to fight them off anymore. His eyes darted around the room, searching for any kind of escape, but the walls seemed to close in on him, the shadows growing deeper with each passing moment. The old church had become a labyrinth of darkness, each corner hiding more horrors, more twisted experiments. There was no exit, no way out. The Tejedor had designed this place as a trap his trap. Lugo was the final piece in the experiment, and the killer had prepared for this moment for years. Every move, every step had been calculated. Lugo had been part of the plan from the very beginning. The creatures closed in again, but this time Lugo was ready. He dropped the shard of glass and grabbed a rusted pipe from the altar, swinging it wildly as they approached. His strikes were frantic, his movements sloppy from exhaustion, but he didn't care. He had no choice. The pipe connected with one of the creature's heads with a sickening crunch, but it barely slowed down the others. They were relentless, and they would stop at nothing to finish what had been started. Lugo's mind raced, trying to find a way out. The Tejedor had him cornered, and it seemed as if all hope was lost. Then, in a flash of movement, the door to the church crashed open, and Elisa stormed in, her eyes wide with horror but also with determination. She was holding a small but powerful-looking revolver, the barrel gleaming in the low light, as she raised it and fired. The first shot hit one of the creatures in the shoulder, causing it to stumble back, but it didn't go down. The second shot found its mark, hitting the creature in the head and sending it sprawling to the ground. "Elisa!" Lugo shouted, his voice hoarse with relief. "Get out of here! This is a trap! The Tejedor, he's—" But Elisa didn't hesitate. She fired again, and another creature dropped to the floor. "I know," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos. "I've been following the trail. I know what's happening here, and I'm not leaving without you." She fired again, this time hitting another one in the chest. "You're not alone in this, Marcos. I'm not letting you become part of his experiment." Lugo could hardly believe what he was hearing. Elisa, the person he'd been relying on for answers, the person who had helped him uncover so much of the mystery, was here fighting with him, against the very thing that had been hunting him. He had assumed she was just an ally in this nightmare, but now he realized she had been just as deeply entangled in the Tejedor's web as he had been. She had been tracking his every move, trying to find him, trying to save him. But as the last of the creatures fell, the Tejedor stepped forward from the shadows, his face twisted in a sick grin. "You think you can stop it?" he called out, his voice filled with mockery. "You think you can save him, Elisa? It's too late. The ritual is already in motion. You can't stop it now. No one can." His voice dropped, turning almost tender. "You should be proud, detective. You are about to become something greater than you ever imagined. Something eternal." The Tejedor held out the glowing white thread, the final piece of the puzzle, the one that would bind Lugo's soul to the hybrid body. It shimmered in the dim light, pulsing with an unnatural energy, as if it were alive. Lugo's mind raced. There had to be a way out. He couldn't let this happen. He wouldn't be the key to the Tejedor's sickening ascension. Elisa stepped forward, her gun aimed directly at the Tejedor. "You're wrong," she said, her voice fierce. "You've underestimated us. We will stop you. Not just me, not just Marcos. Together, we will put an end to your madness." The gun fired one last time, and this time the bullet hit its target, sending the Tejedor stumbling backward. But he didn't fall. His laughter, chilling and hollow, echoed in the church as he straightened up. "No, Elisa," the Tejedor said, his voice dark and twisted. "You've missed the point entirely. You can't stop me. And now you're too late. The experiment has already begun." Chapter 9. The unseen hand. The Tejedor's laughter hung in the air like a poisonous cloud, suffocating every breath. Elisa's gun remained pointed at him, her fingers steady on the trigger. But despite the blow, the Tejedor didn't seem shaken. If anything, he seemed to relish the confrontation, as though it were part of the plan all along. Lugo could see the smile curling on his lips, the madness in his eyes, and for a split second he wondered if there was any way out, if they could really stop this. "Is that the best you can do?" the Tejedor taunted, his voice dripping with derision. He glanced at the shattered remains of the hybrid creatures around them, their twisted bodies sprawled in grotesque heaps. "Your little bullets and broken shards of glass won't stop what I've started. You are nothing compared to the power that's been unleashed here." His hands shook, but only with excitement, the erratic energy in his body seeming to fill the room. Elisa stepped forward, undeterred by his words. "You're wrong. We've already stopped you. The more you talk, the more you reveal about how fragile your little empire is. You are nothing without your creations, and once I pull this trigger again, that thread will never touch him." She lifted the gun again, her hands more resolute this time. But deep down, she knew they were only delaying the inevitable. Lugo's eyes flitted between Elisa and the Tejedor. He was still reeling from the events, the weight of the entire investigation pressing in on him. The idea that he was the final piece in a ritual, the very thing needed to bind the worlds of flesh and spirit, was a horror he couldn't yet process fully. But one thing was clear: if they didn't act fast, it would all be over. The Tejedor had orchestrated every step, every detail, with chilling precision, and now it was nearing completion. "Do you really think it's as simple as pulling a trigger, Elisa?" The Tejedor's voice softened, though the malice never left. "You don't understand. I have control over every aspect of this body, this ritual. It is not just a creation of flesh, it is a process, a long, slow weaving of life and death. And you, Detective Lugo, you are already halfway there. You can't undo what's been done. It's too late. Lugo looked at Elisa, his mind racing. He didn't have much time left. His vision blurred at the edges as his body began to feel alien heavy, like it was no longer entirely his own. He could feel something inside him shifting, stretching, like the lines between his soul and body were starting to fade. The realization hit him in waves. He had been marked, chosen, altered. Whatever had been done to the bodies before, whatever experiments the Tejedor had perfected, it was happening to him now. He was the culmination of his madness, the final test. "No," Lugo rasped, finding his voice through the terror rising in his chest. "You won't have me." He stepped back, his legs unsteady, the urge to run warring with the sinking feeling that escape was impossible. He felt like he was suffocating, as if the very air around him was thickening, pressing him into submission. The ritual wasn't just about stitching the body together, it was about forcing the soul to comply, to surrender. And right now, it felt like he was being slowly drawn into the abyss. Elisa was still holding her ground, but her expression was changing, her resolve faltering just enough to show the uncertainty beneath. "We can't let him win, Marcos, we can't. This isn't just about saving you anymore. It's about stopping this from spreading." Her voice cracked with urgency as she glanced at the glowing thread, still in the Tejedor's hand. It was pulsing now, almost alive, as though it were waiting for its moment to complete the transformation. The Tejedor's laugh came again, louder, almost maniacal. "You think you can stop it? You think you can stop me?" His hands moved toward the altar, his fingers trailing over the symbols carved into the stone. The thread twitched in his hand as though it were alive, responding to the ritual's call. "I have waited too long for this. The work is almost done. And once you're bound, Detective, there will be no coming back." His eyes darkened, and the room seemed to pulse with the unnatural energy he'd summoned. "You'll wish you never interfered." Lugo felt the pull. It was as if the thread was drawing him in, the sensation spreading like fire through his veins. His breath became shallow, and his limbs felt heavier by the second. The space around him seemed to warp, the church distorting and twisting, as though the very fabric of reality were bending. He could hear the faint whispers now, voices that weren't there, that shouldn't be there. They were pulling at him, whispering his name, calling him to join them, to let go, to become part of the Tejedor's creation. But just as the world around him began to close in, something inside him snapped. A surge of adrenaline, of sheer willpower, surged through Lugo's body, pushing back against the growing numbness. He fought against it, his mind wrestling with the suffocating grip of the ritual. The Tejedor's control was powerful, but it wasn't all-encompassing. Lugo could still feel his own mind, his own strength. He wasn't lost, not yet. In a desperate act of defiance, Lugo lunged at the Tejedor, knocking the thread from his hand. The thread flew through the air, its glow flickering as it landed on the cold stone floor. For a brief moment, everything seemed to freeze the air, the shadows, the very heartbeat of the room. The Tejedor's eyes widened in shock, and his mouth opened as if to scream, but no sound came. The ritual was faltering. Elisa moved swiftly, seizing the opportunity. She grabbed the thread, holding it in both hands, her eyes locked on the Tejedor with a fierce determination. She stepped forward, her voice unwavering. "It's over," she said, the finality in her tone cutting through the madness. She threw the thread toward the Tejedor, who reached out to stop it, but it was too late. The moment the thread touched his skin, the Tejedor screamed, a sound so agonizing that it seemed to shake the very foundation of the church. The air vibrated with a dark energy, the ritual collapsing in on itself. But it wasn't just the Tejedor who was affected. The entire room seemed to groan, the shadows shifting and thrashing, as if the church itself were alive, fighting to resist the forces being torn apart. And then, with one final deafening crack, the Tejedor vanished. His figure disintegrated into a mass of shadows and whispers, leaving behind only the faint scent of burning flesh and a void in the air. Chapter 10. The Final Stitch. The air in the church was thick with the stench of decay, a mixture of charred flesh and something far more unsettling, something that felt ancient and wrong, Elisa stood frozen, her hands still trembling from the tension of the moment. She was holding the glowing thread that had once been the catalyst for the Tejedor's twisted plans, but now it was nothing but a faded strand of silk in her hands. The power that had filled the room moments ago seemed to dissipate, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. But despite the stillness, Lugo could feel it, the weight of something unseen, something far darker than what they had just faced. Lugo's breath came in short, shallow gasps, his body still aching from the effects of the ritual. His limbs felt foreign, like they were no longer entirely his own, and his mind was fogged with a strange lethargy, as though it were struggling to cling to reality. The world around him swirled, his vision flickering between the church's dim interior and the hazy memories of what had just transpired. The Tejedor had disappeared, but the consequences of his actions were still reverberating in the air, the fabric of reality itself trembling with uncertainty. What happened? Elisa's voice was barely a whisper, as if she were afraid to disturb the fragile quiet that had settled over them. She stepped forward, her eyes scanning the wreckage of the room, the overturned altar, the bodies of the creatures they had fought, now silent and still. Is he gone? Lugo shook his head slowly, still trying to shake off the disorienting pull of the ritual. I don't think he's gone. Not entirely. He's somewhere. His voice was hoarse, and his mind struggled to piece together the fragments of what had just occurred. The ritual might be broken, but the damage has been done. It's like he's left something behind. His eyes darted to the spot where the Tejedor had disappeared, but there was nothing now, only shadows and the remnants of a nightmare that seemed to refuse to end. Elisa's face tightened with concern. What do you mean? What damage? We stopped him, Marcos. He's gone. The thread is gone. She held up the thread, the glow now entirely dimmed, almost as if it were a fading memory. But Lugo couldn't shake the feeling that something had been set in motion, something far beyond their understanding. Lugo's hand instinctively went to his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat. The sensation was wrong, too slow, too deep. His body felt as if it were operating on borrowed time, as if the thread had already begun its work, weaving something that could never be undone. The Tejedor had spoken of ascension, of binding the physical to the spiritual. Had it already started? Was he, too, now a part of the Tejedor's twisted experiment, even if the ritual had been interrupted? Marcos? Elisa asked softly, her voice laced with concern. She reached out, her hand brushing against his arm, but he flinched at the touch. There was something in him, something inside that he couldn't explain, a deep, gnawing sense of wrongness that had taken root in his soul. You're not yourself. I don't know, Lugo replied, his voice shaking. But something's happening to me. Something changed. His eyes locked onto hers, desperate. Elisa, I can't explain it, but I can feel it. I feel like I'm becoming part of it. The ritual, it didn't just end. I think the Tejedor's work is still unfinished. He didn't just try to use me. I think I was meant to be something he could never fully complete until the moment we're in now. Elisa took a step back, fear flickering in her eyes. She had always known that the Tejedor's work went far beyond the ordinary realm of human understanding, but this was different. It wasn't just about the bodies or the experiments, it was about flesh and spirit in a way that transcended anything she had encountered. What are you saying, Marcos? You can't be serious. We stopped him. We killed his creations. You're not a part of this. You can't be. But Lugo couldn't convince himself otherwise. He could feel it now deep inside, in the very marrow of his bones. There was a connection, an echo of something that was not entirely his own. The thread may have been destroyed, but the mark of the Tejedor remained. He felt the pulse of it, thrumming beneath his skin. He was the last piece, the missing link. The Tejedor had left something behind, an imprint, a curse that would take root and grow within him. No, Lugo muttered, more to himself than to Elisa. It's too late. He's still inside me. He never left. He turned toward the altar, where the final remnants of the ritual lay scattered, broken statues, torn parchment, the charred remnants of the glowing thread. The ritual had been interrupted, but the Tejedor's influence remained. It was embedded in the very air, in every stone and shadow, like a sickness that had spread too far to be contained. Suddenly, the floor beneath them trembled, a low hum vibrating through the stone. a sound like distant thunder. Lugo's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the Teodor's influence was still alive. The church had not been a sanctuary, it had been a cage, a prison built to contain the ritual's final act. And now that the Teodor's work had been interrupted, it was struggling to free itself. To continue, "We need to get out of here," Elisa said, urgency seeping into her voice. "If the ritual's not finished, then we're not safe. The Teodor's influence is still here, Marcos. We have to leave before." But her voice faltered as the hum grew louder, the air vibrating around them like a storm about to break. The walls seemed to shift and warp, the very structure of the church bending in unnatural angles, as though the ritual's failed completion had opened a door that could never be shut. The shadows deepened, curling around them like tendrils of smoke, and through the gloom, a figure appeared, half-formed, distorted by the dark energy that still lingered in the room. It was neither fully human nor entirely monstrous, a twisted silhouette that flickered and shifted with each heartbeat. It was the Tejedor, but not the same as before.